shit, wrong scene. Yeah, I'm just showing off like my stuff at the moment. Just like that. Either way, hello there everyone, my name is Kirivaka and I'm your host and your boy with the voice here to entertain you and may not have no idea what I'm doing. Obviously, anyone just drop by in? No, I'm not accidentally like showing my face or anything. It's just that it's supposed to be that. Just I have a huge problem that is like vertical side of the stream doesn't really have a lot of space for me to be in. And also, hi there, good kings. Like, sorry I didn't like stream yesterday. I kind of got a little bit too lazy. I was too preoccupied in Tetris. Man, I got fucking addicted to that game. By the way, hi there everyone. I haven't like turned on my TTS stuff yet, so I can't actually listen to both sides of things unless I just click like switch scene multiple times. So I'm gonna do a little bit of. Yeah, man's gotta have a vacations, you know. I just keep streaming nonstop. And also, my brothers like decided to wake me up in the middle of the night because he forgot his key, and kind of like mess up my sleeping schedule here. Because I don't get wake up easily. Once I wake up, I can't sleep back. So like essentially, I slept around like 11, and then I can't. It's really hard for me to fall asleep. So I just like slowly drift to sleep. Normally it takes about like 4 hours. Okay, I have to lay on the bed for gosh dang it 3 to 4 hours to actually find a sleep. So when I almost go to the sleeping state around like 2-ish like AM, my brother called me. And then I snapped back, woke up. After that, he said like, "Oh, I left my key in my friend's house. Like, can you come in, like, open the door and shit and stuff? Like, he's coming back home now." Like, and then I'll be like, "Ah, shit." And afterward, I obviously like went back to sleep after opening the door. I can't fall asleep because in technical form, despite I almost fall asleep, I did get a lot of rest from closing my eyes and everything. So I can't went back to sleep afterward. Usually I can just power nap myself, like, and then like I'm a very light sleeper, so like I can just power nap and then be awake for most of the times, and that's the case. When that happens, I can't sleep for the entire day until like 7 to 8 a.m. I finally go back to sleep and then woke up around like 1. That is yesterday, okay? I woke up around at 1. So yeah. Hold on a little bit. I'm still working on stuff. Okay, copy this. Paste this. Should I actually like pin my like VGen like link in the chat? In the horizontal stream. Like the vertical stream, I already pinned like my horizontal stream. So I should actually put that thing there. Hold on a little bit, I need to find something. But either way, like that's the story. And then afterward, my sleep schedule has been fucked over like for like quite a while. It's going to be a little bit like weird. I'm trying to readjust back, but I already notoriously have like difficulty in sleeping. It's not actually I'm a light sleeper. Like again, like my conditions make me a little bit difficult to sleep. Okay, pin this. Okay, thing will be fixed. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to sleep like for the next few while, and then I guess like there's lots of people in the vertical side that kind of thinking, is this guy accidentally turn on his camera like, and then did no, I actually have my camera on purpose. Is basically it's just that I have a dude behind me, and then that dude is actually humans. Okay, the voice come from an actual human. I'm not fucking AI. I guess like for global people, they might not think like it's issues, especially when you guys like know what a VTuber is. You guys will be like, oh, it's just a VTubers. But again, trust me on this one. Almost 80% of Malaysians thought VTuber is AI for the very beginning until the very end, because like most exposures that got from like VTuber related stuff is Hatsune Miku. Even my mom know Hatsune Miku, and then she's 60s. So yeah, a very cultural mom. Yes, yes. But either way, it's just that like generally most people in Malaysia they do not know what the fuck like VTuber is. Like it's just like a weird anomaly they ever like seen in the world. It's like, what do you mean people like wear an anime face and then pretend to be anime characters and chat with people? What do you mean about that? Like those kind of things like would naturally happens if you go to any like fair, like job fair or like art fair or like like technology like entertainment fair or like comic fair. You would definitely see like a few booths that is like VTubers that made comic themselves, or like VTuber that make entertainment, like maybe like board games, like self insert here a little bit. I am in a like TCG trading card game. Yes, yeah, boy is actually in a card game. But so like if you go to like those kind of like board game conventions, and then you see like that maybe like a few booth is actually like self made like board game by a VTubers or like by a group of VTubers, and then people will go in there and then ask like, what the fuck is a VTuber? They have like complete zero idea what a VTuber is. End up like most of the time, even you show them a video about that, or you literally play like like a bunch of like short highlight of a bunch of like VTuber clip, they would just stand there and look a little bit and be like, "Are those AI?" No, no, no. It's just a slightly more like it's sad to say like I have to explain it in such a way. Have they tried iPhone like those kind of like facial thingy, like use those emote face to talk to people, like pig face or like this and that, yeah, that kind of like smiley face, those kind of things. I'd be like, those like that. Yes, it's a much more anime advanced version of that, and custom made too. And then they'll be like, "Oh, so are you role playing or?" Depends on people. Some people role play, some people don't. Like again, like really depends. Waistline I put a little bit like too short. I might have to increase the waistline a little bit more. By wood wood. Yeah, I'm not going to like correct this thing. Like hold on a little bit. Oh yeah, you guys can't see what I'm doing on the vertical side. Let me switch my scene, okay? Alrighty then. This will be a lot more things to like take a look at, I guess. It's just like I have like so many things I still haven't like fixed up yet. Like I do have a lot of idea on try to improve my stream and all. On visual side, a little bit this, a little bit that, like quite lots of things I want to do. Let me try to fix up the... Okay, I will be go on and listening to Lucky Star opening, and then afterward, the subsequent like music is going to suggest to me. You guys can't hear it, sadly. Oh, speaking about music, I should turn on my Spotify. You guys will be hearing Wuthering Wave music, which is still very good. Good thing I can play Wuthering Wave music without any issues, because it's a game, and then they do have a lot of music stuff happening there, so you won't get a copyright claim troll. Like, game music is literally, ironically, one of the most safest music you can kind of play. Okay? Not rhythm game though. Rhythm game usually use licensed musics. Like third-party licensed music. Why game music is always good is because they are games. People going to play it. People going to make content out of it. People going to stream it. So if all your content creator keep getting like copyright claimed by random fuckers, you going to get shadow banned. I'm not even kidding. A lot of people might think, here's the thing, like I'm going to do this lectures over and over again to emphasizingly teach people about this, because I realize how many people have misunderstood about copyright claim in YouTube systems. Okay, we have like a invisible like point systems. Each time you get a copyright claim, yes, it did say that if you use the music of like some certain singers or like some certain content creators, and then they got a copyright claim because they claim the music, it's fine. If you ever like going to be like, oh, I'm using your music, so the money should go to you, it's fine too. That kind of mentality is good. We have one big problem. Most people who do the claiming aren't the original people who made it. They are just uploading everyone music. Especially you put like a dedicated music into like a video sections, this and that stuff, like 3-minute music, 5-minute music, a compilation of 50 music in there, like that you made. People will upload it into Spotify. Once you upload it into Spotify as a creators, you technically license it by uploading into Spotify. And then those people would just go around search like which kind of copyright free music that people like custom made that is like popular. They will go ahead and copy it and then post it in Spotify and then claim it as their own. And then they will claim every single people that use that piece of music. Scumbag move. It is. That's how things works on the copyright claim things. And then you will get copyright claim no matter almost what kind of copyright free music you use. Even though you might say, oh, that's like the creators say like they don't copyright people, this is a copyright free music, right? No, not they are not the one who copyright claim you. It's some random fucker did that. And every single time you get a copyright claim, actually it like reduce like an invisible score like behind the scene that will like ruin your algorithms. It will essentially lower your like interaction time, click-through rate, a lot of things, and like promote your channel less, and then like you just going to fade in the background from a constant blatant like, copyright claim. There's a lot of people that rather don't put any music in there, because like even you find any like copyright free music, you will ultimately get claimed at the end. But here's the thing. Game music on many different type of game that exist, you can use them safely. Again, people play games as a content to kind of like promote the game themselves. Obviously, the game developers and also the game publisher do not want to get those people like get fucked over. They need a lot of people to be able to see them play the game, and then they got interest, they also buy the games. It's like free promotions. So they would do their best to eliminate all those copyright claim bastards that try to copyright claim their musics, and then blast it out for free for everyone to kind of play the games and have the music in there. Obviously, like I say again, they are games that using a third-party licensed musics. Like most of the rhythm game, like almost 99% of the rhythm game use some sort of like third party like musics or like songs or lots of things. Okay, so end up like you play like rhythm game, you kind of have to accept the fact that you're going to get copyright claim. But this is why like so less of like rhythm game kind of like exists in the world, like as a game content. And another thing that is, what was I going to say? Yeah, another game that is like Hi-Fi Rush. Okay, like Hi-Fi Rush or like what again? Cyberpunk. You can see like they definitely have like the sound setting. You can turn like copyright free music and copyrighted music, because again, there are songs that have third party in it, so they have to like somewhat like switch it around. And ironically, it's really funny, if you really love a lot of metal music and rock music, you can kind of like play all Devil May Cry music. Devil May Cry music is awesome. And if you need a little bit more like much more rock style kind of like music, I would suggest you play all Dynasty Warrior music. Oh, I just trigger lots of people's brain. So anyone who want to become content creators is like, yeah, like game music is the safest. Like even copyright music is not that safe. A lot of people keep suggesting me like, hey, you can play this copyright music, hey, you can play that copyright music. Like, yes, it's going to be safe. Eventually, it's not going to be. That's a sad fact about it. It's just like no matter how safe it is now, eventually, it's not going to be safe. Because eventually, it's going to have people more and more listening to the music more and more, and then copyright troll found it. They will ultimately upload into Spotify. They will ultimately and copyright claim you. You might think like, oh, I can just like you as a musician yourself. Okay, you're a musician artist. You love making like copyright free music for people to use, but there's issues. You found out that some people, some fuckers that decided to keep like download your music and then put it in Spotify and claim it as their own. Then you can just make a Spotify yourself and upload it. Smart move, right? No, those people will still copyright claim you. It's just the bigger fish will copyright claim you. Like smaller fish would download your music and upload it into Spotify and copyright claim the people who use your music. But bigger fish, they will open as a corporate claim company like LLC something or Latin something like that. The Latin something is like the most notoriously like copyright site that do it. They would pretend they are your agency and then copyright claim other people. And then a bunch of creators will send like email to you that they got copyrighted by this like Latin thing like on behalf of you. Like you. And then like you get scolded by people that, what the heck? Didn't you say like you make it free for people to use? And then you'll be like, holy shit, I don't know who the fuck that is. That's the thing. That is the bigger fish versions of like the copyright claim troll. Music is notoriously really like weird in YouTube. Okay, it's a very difficult thing to kind of like just make things work in there. So always, game music is your best bet. There will be some part of the game music will be copyrighted because like there are game music, like I say again, they may be like 1 or 2 songs within like an entire arsenal of OST is third party. So you might get 1 or 2 claims. But as time passes, those claims will be gone. Because again, the game company main interest is to keep people playing the game and put it online. People can watch it, and also people got interest in the game, and then they can play the game. They will not tolerate someone disrupting their free advertisement. They will find a way to unclaim those shit. One way or another. Okay, I have to redraw the entire thing, like this character model and everything. And also I need to get like the model that Nino used. I have to like send the message. Hold off a little bit, I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be back soon, okay? Be back soon. I just finished eating, you know, those things got pressed down. I know it's gross like the way I say it, but still, yeah. Please understand, okay? Doing the number 2 is actually very is a very natural thing. I'm back. There's quite a few things that I had to try to make. Anyone who is new to the stream right now, hello there. My name is Kirivaka and I'm your host and your voice. With a voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. You know what? I actually like miss using my like even older like drawing scene. It's kind of like much more focusing. Like last time I get like a feedback is like my react scene and drawing kind of like a little bit like too clutter. I did think about that because like it is a very hastily like recreation of like patch up like scene. That is like an old scene that does not work anymore. A long time ago. I just like randomly patch it in. So I might spend some times remake this one. Oh, not this one. Now you can see like the phone thing is like still working, but I'm not gonna use the phone thing. Let me go and take a look at some other stuff too. Like, where is it? Like my main channel art scene. Is it this one? Yes, this one. I may have to upgrade this scene a little bit more. Oh yeah, I can like switch to 3D stuff too. Hold on. Take some times. Oh yeah, like the other side of things too. Let me try to go and steal it. As add 3D region part. Okay. Copy artist. And then studio mode, have this thing. Paste. Okay, the chat is going to set behind this, the dono ad, and then like the where's my Ko-Fi donation stuff? I need to remove that one. Yes. So this way is much more easier for people to be able to see it. And then I'm going to, at this point, I can just remove the thingy. Hold on a little bit. I'm still working on lots of stuff, hey. Okay, let's... Okay, this one I can remove. Don't need it anymore. And yeah, the drawing tablet. To move this thing up more. Oops. Okay. Art tablet. I have to switch up a little bit. Okay. Don't need a hand anymore. I just need the art tablet right now. And then I'm going to put it in a file group. May not tab. And then I have to move you smack that in the middle first. Transform, and then I have to transform center horizontally. Okay, the center horizontally doesn't really work that well because this thing is not really exactly a central like scene at all. Okay, afterward I'm going to use the filters, add the filters. Oh, now I realize that there's something wrong with the drawing tab. Let me go to studio. Open. Ah. No. Alright, I'm back. I think my GPU overloaded a little bit there. And my VTube studio's gone. Gosh, they tend to give me a heart attack for this one. And hold on a little bit, my VTube Studio just like crashed in a very spectacular way. Technically not just my VTube Studio, I think like my entire window crashed. You can see my window is not there anymore. Window 11! Microsoft! Yeah, gosh dang Microsoft. Sorry that I ran into like lots of problems, not just 1 to 2 problems. 5, 6 problems at the same times. Like it's a miracle that my like a lot of my stuff is still working. Like my graphic card just crashed. Why did it crash? I have no idea. I have no idea. At least my video is working, I guess. Okay, this thing works. Still public? Yes. Yeah, I have to end that particular VTube Studio task because it's not functioning anymore. Ironically, my entire Windows 11, like the rest of the background stuff, like the Explorer stuff, everything got crashed. But ironically, my entire computer becomes smoother. Thank you for the crash, then. Man, fucking hate Microsoft. I have to like re-input like the thingy I have there. Hold on a little bit. Okay, this one's new now. To like post quite lots of things. Yeah, that crash is like really like helping me, or not. Like I don't know at this point, but yeah. Oh, by the way, I got 946 subscribers now, so it's close to 1K. I'm gonna make more like video content in the future too. It's basically it's like I would do my usual like weekly earnings call report. The vlog tale, I feel like I'm not really sure. It's like Vlogtail is basically just like solo podcast at that point, so I'm not really sure about using putting a Vlogtail out as a video. So I'm just going to make like a weekly report. It's going to talk about like my art stuff, like my art process, or like the latest like art things that I've made. I will put like the time lapse of like the art in there, and then I'll just yapping about it. And my intentions and my how like kind of like things I've been working on. Just a very quick short version of it, I guess, and then like mix in with like some other stuff, like doing some like of my art promotion stuff, doing you know, like art tips of the day, you know, like if most people like seen in my like yeah, if most people like see like anything that I posted in my Discord channel. I have a community Discord channel. I post a lot of like art tips here and there. I do want to spend some time to explain, like instead of just slapping out like a lot of tips and there, like anyone who don't know art, they might have a hard time to understand a single thing in there. So I want to like also make a video highlight about like one or two posts I kind of like post in there, and then like explain like why it's important, why this and that, why you should learn this, why this is like really nice things, or my personal taste, like this is like a good way to do it, the other stuff. Different people have different like learning curves, so like I'm going to explain it in a way that kind of personally, like anyone who match my rhythm, they can kind of like, you know, do art with me too. Because here's the thing, like I always told everyone, I'm actually a terrible artist. I learn stuff really slow. I understand art like really difficult because I just wing on lots of stuff. My brain sometimes refuses to listen to a lot of advice, so like that's the thing. Generally, I build my knowledge upon interest. Okay. Basically, I will not go ahead learn every single fucking skill that created on Earth. It's just going to be endless. So I'm going to learn anything that I find it interesting or like the stuff that I want to do, and then find it challenging. Don't worry, I will just go and learn properly about it. That's how I normally approach on like a lot of like different stuff. So yeah. All right. I'm looking at like the model that she have, kind of like help me improve like my workflow. Technically, like here's the funny things about like me like designing my friend's like VTuber model. I was trying to make my own like 3.0 model, but most of my skill is a little bit rusty on like making model. So I decided to like, usually I would just like pick a friend and then like, you know, you're a PNG tuber, congratulations, now you got upgrade. This is basically that. Like I basically use my friend as like guinea pig here and there. So, but funny ass thing is like the moment I actually like surprised her with like the model I was planning to make for her, she actually like already like bought like a pre-made model to test it out, and then be like, oh, such a freaking coincidence. And then I'll be like, you know what, I'm going to like, since like making a model takes times, okay, and I'm going to like generally, I won't really say like copy 1-to-1. It's more like I will have like some of the element of these characters like blend into the model I'm going to make. Like some of the clothing style, this and that, yeah, that stuff. I'll be making like quite similar. The reason of that is because like when it comes to all this kind of stuff, okay? When it comes to all this kind of stuff, if you suddenly have like a 180 change like on the actor style, people is just not going to have like too much, like it's going to like the facial shape and lots of things is going to be changed, and then like the style itself is going to be changed a lot into like a little bit look like mine, okay? To be honest, my model is going to be inferior to this model, to be honest, like in many cases, but it's much more like customizingly made in her taste, or at least like match up her original characters, okay? as for what I'm going to show, the original character kind of like look like, let me yeah, originally the character looked like this. So I need to have a lot of like different elements, try to kind of like blend into this one with like the other one that I kind of found. Okay. Oops. Again, like my entire background just like disappeared, which kind of like made my stream and my computer much more smoother. Oh, hold on! I can't hear anyone. Ah, that crash also removed like my speakers and everything. Thankfully, like the Lucky Star kind of like, I don't know why I suddenly want to call it Honey Star for some reason. The cereal. Oh, speaking about Honey Star, the cereal, have anyone eat that before? Man, it's such a good cereal. Sometimes I just buy it and eat it as a snack. But either way, tangent aside, thanks for Lucky Star. Like opening it kind of like just reminds me like I need to do that. Again, like lots of people sitting here like, where's your VTubers? Like people will ask like, where's your VTubers? My VTubers. Okay, I totally forgot about that. I was trying to like add my VTuber into the scene, but for some reasons like everything like went crashed. Yeah. But but there's still quite a few things that do have to like make it. To be honest, where did I go? I think I need to turn off my VTuber at this point, and then reopen it again. I totally forgot that I used to open like the non-Steam version of my VTube Studio. It actually like literally like save up like 50% of like the resources used, because like the online version of like the one that connect to the Steam version of like the VTube Studio actually use up way more resources because it have to constantly have ping back to like the Steam, like run basically Steam as a third party, run like through like some extra stuff, kind of make it like much more difficult to like roll and stuff. It's kind of needed. It's like a DRM systems, but they kind of like also realize it's actually really difficult for lots of people to stream, so they like put in like a non-Steam version inside the actual Steam file, so you guys can just run directly on the stuff, but it just lose like all its like online systems. Like you can't do the collab thingy, this and that, this stuff. You can't do like if you already like kind of like bought like lots of DLC. If you didn't at least like open the online version once to get like most of the thing update and unlock, you're not going to get lots of it if you just immediately like use like the non-Steam version stuff. So yeah, easily hackable, but also same times like it's quite like convenient for the customer who actually buy the systems, which I did. I bought like almost all the DLC, included Nvidia one, like this and that stuff, like almost everything I bought. Let me go back to a bit. Hope I was not like being like very rude on like not responding to anyone in the vertical side of the stream, because like like again, like the speaker was not functioning around the time after the crash and everything. Either way, anyone who's here right now, hello there, my name is Kiribaku Anime Host, and your boy with the voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. And where the heck is my VTubers? And my camera? Like everything just disappeared. I need to double check. I think something went wrong on the crash. Like, did my Did my graphic card went on like a full-blown meltdown? No? Is there? How about my VA cam? Okay, there's something wrong with the system. I'm going to refresh the graphic card again. I'm not sure what the heck is wrong with it. Like, in all honesty, I have no idea what is wrong with it. I need to double check something first. Let me open like Nvidia, like something. Like the crash really like utterly like crash out my thing. Holy shit! It even delete my Nvidia apps. When I click into it, like it was installing the entire new version Nvidia. It did not just normally crash my shit. It utterly like destroyed my graphic card for like a split second there. Yeah, there's a driver update. It's downloading now. Like immediately, like force installing the driver update too. Yeah, if it takes its last breath, I'm going to be very, very sad because I can't do anything. I will be go to like you will watch me start streaming washing dishes. That would be my new job. That will be my new job. Either that or I will go to like maybe like I'm good with kids, so maybe I'll try to be like drawing teachers, or you know go to like you know like those kind of like kids like playground places. I'll try to apply as a staff there since I don't really have like any like work record sadly. So those places I think is like one of the few places that I can work. Like either like in like those kind of game showroom, like you know like people do like those kind of like crazy like game stuff, like doing stepping stuff, this and that, yeah, that stuff. Hi there, Swiper. It's been a while. Sorry that you can't like see me at the moment is because like Nvidia do some weird ass shit there. It kind of like crash my entire computers, and I'm installing the patch right now. Kind of like have to fix lots of things. Nvidia and Windows 11 is kind of like have this like really bad breakup at the moment. Like I can even show you like my background screen right now. The background screen just non-existing at the moment. Okay, you can see it's not there. It's completely like a black void there. I don't know what happened. Like I think my graphic card like, kind of like crashed for a bit there. Later on I have to try the window control shift B. If you guys don't know, window like we sometimes right click you know like do some like really like stupid shit, like you know right click the screen and then like you know like we do a bit like refresh, kind of like refresh it like the window thingy to make it like much more like smoother. Like those kind of things exist. I'm gonna you like if you want to do that for your graphic card, literally you can hold your window key, control key, shift, and then B. Window control shift B. It will help you, but prepare for everything to like blink for a while. It's going to take a few seconds to kind of like restarting all those things. Essentially, updating my kind of like graphic card right now also does that shit too. So I'm doing that. But the stream is going to be a little bit janky, a little bit laggy, a little bit wonky, and also again, like my face is not there. Not because that my face is not there. It's the sprout thing I've been using right now is not working right now. It's because the gosh dang, like the Windows 11 crash kind of like did a lot of damage to computers. I didn't even know that can happen. Either way, I need to like I still can do a few more things. I still can do a few more things. Like, I don't know why that happened, but I still got some other stuff I can do. Hope I don't crash my computer further. Turn this into a crap. Everything's back. Everything's back. Everything's kind. Me. Is my stream still working? I know my horizontal side of the stream is gone. But at least right now, I can see a lot of things. No, I see like the screen is completely messed up here. I have to like do quite lots of stuff at the moment. One thing to fix first too is this like art screen thingy. Since when it eat up this much space? Alright. It's this one. Okay, good. Again, I had to open this one, put this here. Like, I can't see the window back, that's a good thing. But the vertical side of the screen like crash again, sadly. I have to like restart the gosh dang stream. How many times I have to restart my gosh dang like vertical side of the stream? It's just bad business. If I just keep on turning it off and on, it's just going to have like a very bad record for my like algorithm and shit. Sorry for the sudden silence here. I'm trying to fix a lot of stuff too. think lots of things broke. I have to like restart. Did I just see like my face or something about a flash or something? No, no, no. Okay, this thing crashed again. Okay, I'm back. Now just my face, not my VTubers. I need to end task, and then go to window, yada yada stuff, and then restart this thing again. Woo! Like, Microsoft, you've done it again! They really trying to push me to the edge of like actually using Linux. If I have to switch everything to Linux, okay? You guys won't be seeing me for like 30 days. It's going to be a very difficult transitions, okay? And then you guys will like constantly see like a shit tons of like scuff is going to happen in there. Main art channel and scene and stuff. Let's put myself here. Yeah, the Gaussian window has been like the bane of my existence for quite a while at the moment, so yeah, I would be very happy if Windows just poofed one day. But that day is going to come into a very late time. Because no matter what you do right now, I have no choice but to use Windows. I think you will hear that from a lot of people is going to like say that thing is because like we really have no choice but to use Windows. Okay, good. Yeah, there's lots of things like when like haywired. Thank God the mic is not haywired. Some of my asset just gone. I have to recheck like quite lots of things. Like the phone thingy? Since when I call it phone 3D, isn't it like phone support? Even I use like phone support 3D, it just didn't work. So something broke the source thing. Okay, let's do another one. Source clone. Copy source. Okay, works on this one. This still works. Yeah, it's supposed to be working. I don't know why it's not working for this particular one. Okay, done. There's some bug happening. That one crash in my like that one graphic card crash from induced by Windows 11. I've been having so much issues. Let's try something. Does it work? Yes, it still works. Good. Welcome to a Vtuber stream where Scuff is your middle name. Like literally, I have like so many things starting working now, so it kind of like pains my eye to see it too. Okay, I can remove this one now. Yeah, I just want to draw, you know? It's not like fixing my stream that's just 24/7. Yeah, I'm going to play with the 3D effect a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit much more visual into it, so it kind of like just slanted down a little bit. It's kind of my view. So like, you guys should have the same views, still kind of fine. Is basically just say like, let's not add additional unnecessary stuff. Finally I can like have my stream in peace. Why did the YouTube stopped? Oh no, my Opera GX crashed. Ah. I really have zero control. I hate the fact I got zero control. You know what? You know what? Let's have some fun this time again, I guess. Out of many times. Let's watch some Atozy. This time I need my fix of like I'm too frustrated. I need to watch how fucked up Mr. Beast is. I guess Atozy are the one to talk about it, or is like more Pegasus talk about it. There are like few people that exist that fucking hate Mr. Beast. I'm one of them. Let me take a look. Now there's no Mr. Beast in here, so I think is and more Pegasus talk about him. Yeah.
Recognize with
Welcome back to a series so AI, even Mr. Beast subscribed. In today's video, people are mad at Mr. Beast again for his recent video and grocery store challenge, where he extended the challenge another year for more prize money. They're accusing him of running a psychological experiment on desperate people and borderline torturing them for money. Ludwig has responded calling out Mr. Beast for the disappointing video, talking about how you can play God with people if you have enough money. Mr. Beast is also being called out for potentially allowing bullying on his shows and rewarding scumbags for their behavior. Hassan is getting a lot of heat for being a Putin glazer. He claims the centrist Democrats are after him. Pokimane is back in some drama for trying to virtue signal again, and people are sick of it. Subscribe or you're stuck in a Mr. Beast challenge for the rest of your life. You're gone.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, so apparently people are mad at Mr. Beast again. Basically, he uploaded this new video called Last to Leave Grocery Store Wins $250,000, and people did not like this video. It started going viral on Twitter here. Mr. Beast had to modify a challenge for the first time after contestants refused to leave a grocery store for $250K despite spending 67 days disconnected from the outside world. The challenge is now to eat the entire grocery store for a chance at $1 million, which could take up to a year without seeing their families. Right, so basically after this entire challenge, Mr. Beast like extended it to another video or like a part 2 type of thing, and some of the contestants have like a wife and kids, and it's just like this really dystopian thing.
This entire video, you've been competing for $250,000. Would you like to compete for $1 million instead of $250K? Whoa. Boys, bring it on in. If you don't mind just speeding it up a little bit. It's a lot of money. If you guys decide to change this video from a last to leave the grocery store to letting me restock it and eating everything in the grocery store wins $1 million.
Jax doesn't want to get fat. Rayhan doesn't want to get fat.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. That's why we'd also build a gym in the back and give you guys your very own nutritionist and personal trainer.
Oh my gosh.
What if I also told you we'd build you beds, give you showers, make it a lot more enjoyable?
Wow. I mean, what's kind of making this hard for you?
A wife and 2 kids.
Okay, that's a lot.
It's a big decision.
This opportunity will never form ever again. To have this much money in front of us.
I knew it was not going to be that easy, though.
I can stay.
You can stay.
I can stay a year, 2 years. The problem is have to eat it and eat it.
Well, I
because
wouldn't even stress that if I were you. You're gonna have help. You have training, you have gym. Stock the store.
Stock the store. 1.
stay in the store.
Stock it, dude.
Stock it?
Stock it up, brother.
Oh my gosh! Okay, this video is over. The prize pool is now $1 million. Restock the store. $1 million if they eat everything in this store. See you in a year.
Bro, I swear to God, I cannot stand
At this point,
the
he's just
loud,
playing Hunger Game.
overpowering music and yelling, bro. I am not built for this new generation, Gen Alpha bullshit, bro. Just stop. Stop screaming at me. Anyways, basically people are mad because he's making them stay away from their family for an entire year. You know, some of them have a wife and kids. And yes, they are doing it for money and a challenge that they're opting into. But it's like the classic argument of, oh, are you torturing people for entertainment? But is it okay because they're opting into it? But then no, they're desperate for money or they're coerced into it or whatever. And it just goes sort of back and forth with those arguments like that. Listen, in my opinion, Beast AI here is never going to stop trying to take over humanity, all right? People are afraid of like Chat GPT, Claude, and all this shit. When this dude is right here, bro, he already commands like half the world. Have you seen that sub count? Check his ass for batteries right now, all right? Bro ain't real, I'm telling ya. Right, people responded, Mr. Beast isn't running a challenge anymore. He's running a modern day psychological experiment on desperate people. 1 million to destroy your body and miss your kid's childhood. This is dystopian Hunger Games, not entertainment. And basically, Mr. Beast really doesn't like this sort of criticism where you basically compare him to Squid Games, right? And that's kind of his fault because he was the one trying to emulate Squid Game all this time, right? That was one of his like most viral videos as well. So naturally, people are going to compare you to that.
Yeah,
when you're the one
especially
who made the
nowadays,
comparison.
like
And,
money
you know,
has
it's a
become
very,
like much more
nuanced,
scarce. Like
thing
a lot
here
more
of, like,
people are
oh, is he
unemployed and
exploiting
everything.
these people?
Like
Personally,
this literally, like in many cases, like, nobody watch Hunger Game is basically just a bunch of rich people like set up games for like poor people to watch them struggle. In fact, like the Hunger Game is worse, like watch them kill each other. But at this point, like if Mr. Beast keep like one up his content like every single time, like he just make a new video, it's just going to eventually become that. Like here's the thing. He is slowly moving to make more and more inhumane content. Don't believe me? He bought a bank. Think this, okay? Steam, a lot of like different kind of like even OnlyFans have like issues. OF, I can't say that thing. I already said it, but still, those kind of like website always run into the issues because bank do not process their money, like MasterCard or Visas, that they say like it against the moral, so like they sell like adult stuff, like and like above like mature level stuff, they just don't want to do business with them, so like they end up unable to do a lot of like banking stuff. So Now he bought a banking process. Like this dude bought a banking process, like literally an entire bank to do all the banking process thing. Okay. And he has been like working really fucking closely with like the Saudi places. Okay. There will be one fucking day. Okay. There will be one fucking day. He will open his own personal YouTube channel. Not personal YouTube channel. I mean like an entire platform just about him doing fucking Hunger Game. People are going to die in there. Trust me. That is his next step. Because like if he does some bullshit like that, that would be super inhumane, right? No bank would want to process his money and stuff. No people like sponsors and everything. Like it would be very difficult for him. But this guy fucking owns a fucking bank. He can use his bank to process all those shit. So, in many sense, like he can do the world most immoral thing and open his own fucking platform. There will still be a shit tons of people go to watch him. And then, like, you'll be saying, oh, it's against the fucking law. And then it'll be like, what happened if he's, like, like, in his own island? Like, motherfucker's so rich to the point that he can't actually own a fucking island. Or in some country, they are fine with that shit. He's basically just one step behind that part. Again, that guy is fucking evil. Everyone has to understand that. I'm not like being like an irrational hater here. I can literally see his like mind process at this point. He always want to one up. Like he made one video about this. He want to one up his like last video, and every single time he's planning to one up his last video. The extreme point of his last video is going to be actual fucking Hunger Game or like Squid Game. Actual Squid Game with people dying. There's already have so many hospitalized case, okay, from his like game show. Where literally they have to sign a contract like he will not be blamed for like accidental death or something like that already. Like, it's not going to be, like, the desperate people there is not going to question more than that, you know? Like, people are going to one day get trampled, like, really hard, and then they might actually die. That is Mr. Beast. Like I say again, I don't like that dude as a human being. Because he's barely a human being. He do not have like that sympathetic brain to sympathize a human. Like that is like one emotionless like motherfucker you will ever seen in your life. Like you will interact and talk with him. Like he will be acting like the most normal person in the world, but also at the same time you will find like minute stuff that he have, especially if you are a very observant person, you will know like he is actually a fucking psychopath. Like you try to watch like those kind of like movie or like TV series that's like super cold and calculated persons that as the villain, that dude is that. You know? But there are also villains that people will respect that like the bullshit he made and he like managed to make through like so far. That is him too. So yeah, again, like I don't like him as a person, but gosh, that his achievement is actually impressive in many cases. But still at the end, like it doesn't really like exempted him from like being a very terrible person. I just don't like him as persons. You can say I'm jealous. Yeah. all poor people are jealous of rich people. It's just by default is going to happen. And I'm looking at camera right now. I feel like, holy shit, I'm actually getting thinner. Good thing.
Personally, I think there is a level of exploitation going on here, even though that, okay, they're choosing to do this stuff. But it's like, when you're dangling this fucking money in front of them, of course they're gonna do anything, right? And you essentially have infinite money to basically have human dolls dance for your entertainment, right? And dance for another video. The downfall of Mr. Beast will make for a great Netflix documentary in a couple years. When entertainment requires total isolation and physical degradation of people for profit, we should probably stop calling it a game show and start calling it a social crisis. So I will be perfectly fair here. He did say that he's offering a bunch of like putting a gym there so that they can do this more comfortably, but I still feel like it's a little bit of padding, right? It's a little padding.
You know, I already watched this video and it already shown how fucking chaotic inside that place is, okay? Like, there are people hoarding food, there are people like hoarding like the tools, and then like they are sabotaging like left and right. If you give them fucking gym equipment, they would just use the gym equipment to bash the shit out of people. If given the chance. If one being a dick too much. This is like motherfucking accident going to like just like a slow car crash is just going to happen. It's going to happen. I had fucking foresight to see it, but he don't have the fucking foresight to see it because he just want content. Someone is going to use those gym equipment to hurt another person's. And then it's going to be too late to stop them because like at the end, like, try to think this. They have like 90 contestants. This is the surviving 7 contestant. You have to be a fucking dick to actually like make a lot of people leave. So yeah.
The dam is broken loose and you're fucking putting a flex tape over it, right? Torturing people is okay as long as they agree to let you do it in exchange for money. So these are like the arguments that are being brought up from the previous controversies of we had that Jake Weddle guy talking about it as well, right? So it's like that same stuff.
Yeah, literally like survival of the fittest. Literally survival of the fittest. They already cherry pick out like the most asshole and resilient people in there that is very desperate for money and willing to do anything to get the money. They already filtered out like the most unhinged person in there and now giving them gym equipment. So yeah. Just wait for next year. That guy is going to have a PR nightmare, or like just half a year. Like shit is going to happen.
Stuff being brought up, but in like a different way now. Jimmy is a weirdo sociopath who will quite literally do anything for money. He was captured by the corporations years ago. Just take a look at his sponsors and business team. If you think 1 million justifies missing a year with your family, bitch, shut the flip up. Do you understand how many men or even women would spend months away from a family to make a fraction of that working in the mines or oil rigs? They live on those rigs for up to a year at a time and don't earn anywhere near that much. Yes, let's compare them to people in the fucking oil rig who infamously have like the hardest job on fucking planet Earth, right? Shut the F up, you rich entitled F-wads living in gated communities. Nice one. Defend the billionaire. Maybe he'll actually put you in a video. Maybe he'll give you $1 million. Who knows, right? Just subscribe. Just subscribe. How about you give up a year of your life, you know, and then we'll talk. He's paying people to destroy their health for content. If you think 1 million is enough to justify missing an entire year of your family's life, you've probably spent too much time watching influencers and not enough time in the real world. Some things don't have a price tag. True. There are 4 contestants. He could call it a tie and give them each $250K and change their lives, but instead he'll give $1 million to one person and make all of their lives miserable to do it. Great guy. Well, see, there's a fatal flaw in this argument that he's not going to get another video out of it if he just, you know, splits it into 4 pieces, right? So you got to get the video first, right? It's always video first, then comes everything else, right? The fucking, you know, the charity, the safety regulations, the, you know, are we exploiting people or not? Video first, we talk everything else later. When you have money like Mr. Beast, you can afford to buy anything you've ever dreamed of. So what do you do when you have everything you ever wanted? You start buying people. That's crazy. That's crazy. Think about that for a moment. He's no different than, okay, bro, okay, now you're getting unhinged, all right? I'm not gonna say that he's flipping buying people. I will say that it's a bit dystopian that he's, you know, dangling this money in front of them and making them, you know, do all this fucking weird, wacky shit. And essentially, you know, some level of making people dance for puppets for amusement, right? Daddy's on deployment. Daddy's at war with Iran. No, Daddy's fighting for $1 million in a Mr. Beast video. He's gonna be missing your birthday and Christmas. He won't be home for a year. Daddy, money. Right, so people are pointing out like his previous videos as well. Remember when he used to make content like paying the adoption fees for all the animals at shelters and not leaving until every animal got adopted? Or when he would make videos just going to Walmart to buy everything homeless shelters
101 on how to make a fucking shield.
Popular and why people
like do a lot of like charity stuff. If you are fucking rich, you do it like in front of people.
And doesn't
like,
even give everyone money anymore. And these are going viral. 70k likes here, 3 million views. Is this the second or third time that he's completely
like? Let me be frank with like a lot of people. A lot of people sadly use fucking charity as a fucking shield to kind of like mask their social path. Really. They can do tax exemption that way. So yeah, they would do a lot of like charity stuff just to, you know. It's like donate a bunch of money to a church to like back in the days, like the very, very fucking long time ago, like I think like before World War One stuff, kind of stuff like that, like you know, like the Dark Ages. Literally, it's called the Dark Ages. It was like the church and the cathedral places, like Catholic or anything like that, is just like very, very fucking corrupt back in the days, like church stuff. This is why, like in a lots of like fantasy, the fantasy story, like church is fucking corrupted and evil. They actually are kind of like model after that particular one, is because like they literally have rich people donate money to them to cleanse them out of their sins. So they can just do a lot of batshit crazy stuff, and then they just donate to a church and then be all like bygone be bygone. So church is like really fucking corrupted and powerful back in the days. And it still fucking works here. You just say like you donate a bunch of charity. Actually, like the problem is like charity actually did manage to help some people, some, not everyone. So it's really hard to like give people like, you know, like it's like those kind of really, really weird gray area. You can't really like talk much about it. Like that's the thing. Like it's their best fucking shield. You can be the most evil person in the world, but you still like donate to like the orphanage. Like imagine like you watch like a watch like a TV series or like a cartoon or anime. You're like the villain is the most evil motherfucker in the world, but you watch like one episode of him like go to the orphanage and then help the kids and then like fix orphanage like window or something like that. You'll be like, oh, he is like kind person inside. Like he motherfucking destroy a fucking country. I did the world most like sadistic stuff to like kill like a lot of people, and then like one episode of like him like going to orphanage help kids around, like he like everything got absolved. Like happens so many fucking times. That's just how most people fucking works. Like if anyone watched like Overlord, okay? Anyone watch Overlord? I think most people who like very into the story of Overlord, they actually know like the princess. I'm not going to name the name. It's going to be a little be a little bit spoilerish. There's so many princesses in there. I can just name like a random princess. but just say princess. Nobody will know which one. But that princess do the standard thing, being very kind outside, and then visit the orphanage and stuff. But you know what? At the end of the story, like she actually like betrayed her entire kingdom stuff, and then like in order to keep like her obsessions of this one night like survived, like she like did like deal and stuff, and also like turned both of them into like a demon thingy. Here's the thing: the orphanage that always like show in every scene that she's in, she actually used all the kids in there as sacrifice to turn the knight and hit her into a demon. Surprise, surprise. Performative people are performative. Yeah, it never mentioned that she actually used like the kids as sacrifice, but in the book it kind of hinted it. In anime, they didn't actually show it. Because like in some part of the conversation with like different NPC, they did mention in order to convert someone into like a demon, it required massive amount of sacrifice. And then you wonder like how the fuck the princess turned into a demon. And then you think closely and be like, oh shit, the orphanage should keep visiting every single time. Yeah, essentially like rich people that are asshole doing like charity is basically just like back in the long time ago, people just like donate money to a church to absolve their sins. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing. But at least the money go to a little bit of good place, but doesn't mean like it's going to be really well. Sometimes they just calling it charity, but the money is actually going nowhere, and it's just embezzled back to some random people. Maybe they are in cahoot of. It's just that. Not even kidding. Like even now, okay, there are still lots of people are trying their best to audit and try to like investigate like the team water thing actually. The reason is like after that charity stuff, there's not a lot of news about that charity afterward. Like the activity is just gone. Like the amount of money they actually like got, but there's so little activity, so little update, so little stuff to actually show. So much to a point they think like Mr. Beast just like have a bunch of like his like underling just give them like bonus money that way. A bunch of people, like rich people, could hook together and then just get like a bunch of money. So lots of people are trying to investigate shit out like team orders just to like, see like the fuck did they do to the money. Hi there, Haley. Yeah, sorry that I was like busy with a lot of things. Like I say, like I don't hate people out of nowhere. I actually do not fucking like him. One, I like my gut feeling, my age old gut feeling of like judging people is really so accurate so far. I don't like Mr. Beast because like I judge him as an asshole behind the scene. And there's a lot of like YouTubers I don't like them, like in real life. or eventually I start to don't like them. The reason is like people change, you know, as time passed. Like, you can see like what kind of changed them. Maybe it's like a bad event or this and that. Yeah, there's stuff like Mr. Beast always is evil. And then there are a lot of people are very performative, like put on a fucking mask and do stuff. Like I can actually see it. I can see through people masks like very easily. Sometimes I just ignore it, but sometimes I can't. It's just the aura is like leaking out, you know. Like Saikuno is one of them. And then surprise, surprise, he's actually a fucker. He's actually like a you know, cheetah, playboy, yada yada stuff. Lots of things. I know like the word playboy is not actually like for a lot of people it's like some other word for other things. But for me, it's I calling it that because I trying to censor myself. Else, I'm just going to call him fuckboy. I can read people pretty well, but it's not a omnipotent stuff. I can't always trust my gut feeling, but it's quite accurate so far into my life. Okay, I have a good judge of characters. It's just sometimes like your favoritisms or your friendship, you kind of like have to like sometimes ignore some of the flag that you just like notice. Like sometimes I do have friends who is like literally asshole. That there are friends that not asshole at all, but why I'm still friend with them because I'm still friend with them. That's all. That's just the only story about it. If he fucked up, who knows what I would do? Most likely abandon him. Who knows? Who knows? If it's like a really really good friend, I'll try to look into the reasons. Like here's the thing: forgive people or not, or you want to like that is a thing that you want to find a reason for a person to forgive them in the first place. That's the thing. If anyone did anything wrong, in many cases there's always circumstantial, you know. Like there are lots of times because of some circumstances or like some very unaware like factors added into it, and then you did something wrong. This is what we call like trying to understand the situation sometimes, but sometimes there are situations just way too black and white instead of gray area. When that happens, you just trying to nitpick like all the like tiny bit stuff just to like have a little bit faith on your friend. At least stuck with them a little bit. I won't say I'm a bad friend or good friend. I would always try to like believe in the best in them if I see the quality of the best in them, despite they did some wrong or some shit like that. Alright, let's continue to watch the video.
Ripped up his own game rules and replaced them because he didn't understand that most people would be okay working together and splitting the prize. Yeah, I think I saw him do that in the like streamer competition stream where nobody could hit the fucking target, so I had to keep changing the rules on the fly. That is some fucking poor ass testing. I know he said like he tested it a bunch, but like you have to calculate the incompetence of streamers, of course. He requires poverty to exist. That's true. If everyone was well off, these Mr. Beast videos wouldn't hit because you wouldn't be able to change anybody's life. So in a sense, kind of true, kind of true. He does require the misfortune of people to exist to to help his videos and stuff, right? But listen, I will say there are separate aspects of things, right? So he can do wonderful charity work in some places, and he can be a shady ass mother flipper in other places, right? It's a nuanced conversation. It's not, oh, Mr. Beast is all bad and Mr. Beast is all good, right? Both are just spectrums that don't make any sense, right? You're allowed to criticize something that you think is wrong, obviously. Bro could have donated all that food and instead force-fed it down 6 random-ass guys' throats because it made a better YouTube video. I'm getting so tired of people pretending Mr. Beast is a good person. Right, so it turns out Ludwig actually responded, and you might have noticed that I'm saying the word Ludwig and not Jellywig, because this time he's actually grown a spine, right? Despite being a terminal Mr. Beast glazer, his most popular video is one that Mr. Beast actually gifted him and being buddy-buddy with him. Even he thought this was absolutely crazy, and he called him out.
$1 million if they eat everything in this store. See you in a year.
He went too far. I think he went too far, bro. I think this is it. Dude, what the fuck? This video's insane. I think in a bad way. I actually hate this ending like so much. I hate it so much, to be honest. It would have been like really awesome if it just ended. And right now I was thinking to myself, oh my God, Juan's having such an awesome life. But instead I'm thinking to myself, Juan is going to be in that grocery store for another 9 months. Dude, we should break them out. Pool together $250,000 and we go, Juan, we got you $250,000. Just walk out, bro. They can't hold you here, dude. I literally have $250,000. Everyone saw your story online. They fucking love you, bro. Here's $250,000. Just leave and go home, dude.
Crazy ending.
You could like, dude, and then they win the mill, and then Mr. Beast walks in and he goes, you guys could compete for $1 million split, or you could compete for $4 million that you can all split to be millionaires each. All you have to do is now live in the grocery store until everything's expired. And then they're fucking 85% through. 16 million! 16!
Okay, not gonna lie, that impression is kind of spot on, right? You know, I hear you want to meet your family, but interesting. Interesting that you have regular human desires, but how about $2 million? How about $2 million and you never see your kids again? Huh? Huh? How about that? It'll make a great YouTube video. Maniacally laughs. I mean, we were ringing the alarm bells literal years ago and people didn't want to listen. W. Jellywig finally grew a spine and called out the corporate overlord. And I find it really insane. There's always like a horde of these Mr. Beast glazers going, but he's doing charity. Yeah, dumbass, we get it. All right, we get it. We get it. Charity is a get out of jail free card so that you can do anything. You can probably commit mass murder, but as long as you're doing charity, now that's perfectly fine. I don't know how they don't see the problem with the rich guy literally keeping some dick from his kids while dangling money in front of his face. It's weird, it's lame, it's creepy. I know it's all consensual and all that, whatever. But I feel like there's an element of intimidation, of wanting to do it for the video. There is obviously elements of pressure going on, and there's obviously something weird about a fucking billionaire going, yeah, I'll throw you this extra wad of cash if you just stay away from your family, right? The fact of the matter is, he could have just given the money, but he needs another video, and it's always that the videos come first. He needs to milk the people more, right? I find it cringe personally. I don't like it. And you can defend him for this, you know, but he probably already installed chips in your brain at this point. So then Ludwig talks about how it really does look like he's playing God here.
I mean, I think it proves for people with a normal conception of money, if you have a fuck you amount of money, you can basically keep them for a year, maybe more. I'm sad at that ending. Yeah, you can kind of just play God, yeah. Can they talk to their family? I'm sure in between the videos, like they were able to talk to their family a bit or whatever. Like, you know, I don't think it's that draconian, but it's even with that, I think it still feels icky because ultimately Juan is going to miss, I don't know, 6 months to a year of his kid's life with a few days in there where they'll actually get to hang out or whatever because he had an opportunity that was too big to pass up. It's crazy, to be honest. But we'll watch the next video. I can't get over how insane that is, bro. I can't get over how insane it is because it's like, it would have just been a good video. Like full stop, no questions asked. It would have been a good ass video. It would have had moments that showed people's bad character, but like you would have seen some good people at the end win, and then it kept going.
Well, you
Would
can
it be
look
a
at the
good video
title, you
though?
already
I
know
guess a
I'm
good
trying
video in
to,
the
like,
sense that like I think it's clearly
making, like, the
edited in a
VTuber model
way where
forefront.
Juan is this
But
main
I'm
character
still trying
because
to
you respect him
design
for
it.
being like a father,
It's still in the
older than
designing
the rest
phase
of the group,
because like she
hardworking,
have like a
honest, and
VTuber
he
model
is like a hero
already
who
using.
eventually
It's a
wins
pre-made
out
VTuber model,
over,
so I kind of like had to blend both things
Zay
together.
and Colin and the other people who are like fucking assholes. Like the only reason anyone here cares about Juan is because of the video. So I think it's good in that sense, or it succeeded in that sense. Half of them end in a splitter steel. Okay, dude, honest to God. Okay, if he just fucking walked up.
Yeah, there's like enough things watching here. Let me continue listening to my music. Hey, I already made my point. Fucking hate fucking hate Mr. Beast. Everyone always like at this point, most of my longtime viewers already know that. I don't like that. I don't like that guy. I made my point a long time ago, but I keep wanting to make my point. I'll be continue listening to music. I'll hold on. Listen to Lucky Star opening. Again. Right now, I need to get the head shape correct. Giving her a little bit on the wider side of the face and everything. Much more rounded. Like overall, you can see like just a complete almost circle oval shaped face. Okay. So I'm going to give a little bit of colors on this part. I need to take a look at my... Okay, this is what her hair looks like. So I have to switch it up a little bit. This is like the current like VTuber she's using. Kind of similar. So I do want to add quite a lot of element of this like particular like character style added into the thing. And suddenly I was like listening to Lucky Star, and then the next music they autoplay is a fucking Sephiroth, One Wing Angel. The reason I kind of have to draw the side of the face is just that I want to like get used to drawing. So the matter of fact is like I need one side of the hair just like this, and then also same time there's another one will be here. As the side of bang. Okay. Okay, got it, got it. Afterward, I need... Okay, I need another level. So even the side fringe, I need like 3 level of like hair fringe to kind of like make it work. Okay, good. Holy shit, it's Guyver! I've seen this anime for ages. I love this anime. and I'm just like very tired. This is like VTuber model is not difficult to make, but also tedious to make. Like once you get a hang of it, you know like which part to separate, which part to draw, which part not to do, which part to kind of like layering around. You kind of like don't even need to do a lot of cutting. There's almost zero cut if you kind of like rig your own like VTubers, those kind of stuff. So I'm gonna give her the options of like round eye or like oval shaped eye. Hold on a little bit, I'm still doing some designing. I need some opinion for people I'm drawing from. So, yeah. The opinion? happening for some reason is like halfway, like the song will just like pause. Me, some weird ass reasons I didn't even know why. Like the entire YouTube is just not functioning. Like my ad blocker is not on this spot already. Just keep happening. I feel like something is wrong with YouTube. And I don't know what's wrong.
It's been a while since the last time that I saw your smile. What a perfect fit. The last piece have fallen into place. I've been craving to touch you like moonlight stroking your face. My dear Everett, come hold me near. Come dance with me in a rosy haze of yesterday. Reverie, don't drift away, please. Keep me here in your warm embrace. I'll trade anything for you for one more day.
Sorry, I was like working on stuff. Not exactly done. It's just I'm still like my brain is like functioning a lot of stuff. Like how the body shape is going to work, how like the clothing design is going to functions properly, those kind of stuff. Oh shit, it crashed. Recovered. I think it's like gosh dang like window like crashed a little bit too many times. Yes, it's still there. Oh no, my other thing's not there. It just want. Ooh, big ass hips. Yeah, I kind of do some things about this. Let me. Why is it like handsy thing? Where's my selection tool? Okay. Let's kind of like make the whole model again, I guess. I kind of like customize a little bit too much. Actually, this one's pretty good. Use this model. There's still lots of like 3D model this one actually have like much more like simple model. there's lots of things in the. This is like the newest stuff. Man, I loved it. But yeah, there's a lot of things that is just not there. We work with it. To go back to the normal female body type. This one have a little bit much more like body shape to work with. Okay, with this I can kind of like sound like one awesome song. I want to take a look at it. Ooh. Nice animation too.
시공간이 모두 다 멈춘 듯한 물끄러미 말없이 서로 바라봐 기적이 우릴 다시 불러 내 전부였던 그날처럼 아스라이 춤추는 별의 찬사 우리들의 영원을 바라는 듯이 새하얀 꽃길이 가득 피어나 날 부르는 너의 목소리 부드러운 온기가 나를 감싸 시간이 지나도 이 순간만큼은 빛바래지 않아 At the daisy crown 모두가 잠든 밤 푸르른 달빛도 따스하게 느껴져 두 볼이 발길에 달아올라 널 향한 마음이 한층 더 깊어져가 Now I know by sharing a warmth became closer 어쩌면 너의 맘도 내 맘과 같길 아무도 모르게 간절히 빌었어 계절이 지나간 거리에 나만이 아는 비밀을 숨겨놔 너라면 괜찮아 모두 안다 해도 상관없어 Purely satisfied only to play with toys together Maybe I'm shaped by thousands of memories of you 아직까지 너와는 먼지 두상이 오는 추억도 미를 안고 있어 일상에서 조금 벗어나도 okay With the daisy crown 모두가 잠든 밤 푸르른 달빛도 따스하게 느껴져 두 볼이 발길에 달아올라 가면 갈수록 넌 선명해지니까 You let you know we're sharing a warmth however far On the daisy crown 꿈을 꾼 것 같아 너무 따뜻해서 깨고 싶지 않은 꿈 눈을 뜨면 사라질 것만 같았어 그날의 기억에 나를 맡기고 있어 Now I know we're sharing a warmth however far
Be happy. Be happy.
欢声和笑语，共向天堂走去，让爱好和悲戚一同陷入地狱。迷失的灵魂啊，尽情的重生吧，认错罪恶就由我来定夺。燃烧的音符在演奏希望，紧接着黑暗的心，红色光芒编织出了残忍字路通畅，即便那结局是惨烈死亡，沉落在妄语中，不过是不醒梦的暗梦。谁说夜晚的旋律没有结局？此刻只剩死的奏着，愚弄中举行。谁说恶魔的地狱无法如愿？永恒的弯曲，塑造为完整的相遇，无需神秘迷失的灵魂啊，尽情的重生吧，满月下万物飘扬，分裂的智慧在静静跳，眼看在情绪的笑，认错罪恶就由我来定夺。燃烧的音符在演奏希望，紧接着黑暗的心，红色光芒编织出了残忍字路通畅，虚境中捧起了的就是死亡，我们的旋律铭刻
Hi there. Well, if you want to look closer of like what kind of drawing tablet I'm using, you can go to my horizontal side of the stream. It's literally like written in there. Not like written in there, but it kind of shows that what kind of like tablet I'm using. Oh wait, I just kind of blocking it. But either way, I'm using XP Pen, like 15-inch Pro. It's a drawing like the old time. Like the drawing tablet is actually really old, but it still works a lot. Like if you're going to count like resilience and toughness, I've been using this for ages. Back then when I was like in university, I'm just like grabbing this thing, like traveling around, like literally like it's this big. Like look at my face. So yeah, I've been traveling around with it for quite a long time. Back then when I study like engineering and also like 3D animations. So I use this like a lot, like going around, and this thing's still intact, like no damage and everything. Either I'm a very like I take care of my stuff like really carefully, but I did drop this thing multiple times. When I say multiple times, I mean like at least like 5-6 times. In its entire lifetime, it still kind of works fine. If you hold this thing kind of like travel around, like inevitably, like while set up or doing something, it will drop onto the ground. Yeah, XP Pen is actually quite nice. Like, Huion is good too. XP Pen and Huion, like if you want a low budget but decently functioning, like drawing tablet, okay? Display tablet, is just going to say display drawing tablet. It's best to just choose like XP Pen and Huion, like either 15-inch or like 17-inch or something like that. You can just have fun drawing a lot. But the problem is when you want to go higher budget, when you have to go beyond like 20-inch, like those kind of big ass monitors, okay, with a lot of like multiple different function, touch screen, like all those kind of things. Sadly, I'm going to tell you, Cintiq is still the best, even though do not buy any low budget drawing tablet from Cintiq. It's shit. It's really that shit. But if you buy a high-end quality of like Cintiq, it's actually that high-end. Because they are like specialized in producing like high-end product. It's not like they are going to like that is like their kind of a thing. But when they kind of like produce like low-end product, trying to fight against like XP Pen and also like Huion, like around the time when they do it, my understanding and knowledge is a little bit old. I still hear a lot of people like complaining about like the low budget Cintiq is like super shitty. Okay, like aside from Intuos, like the display version of the low budget Cintiq is actually really shit, and so many people complain about it. And what I can say is like generally, if you want to buy like any high-end quality stuff, Cintiq is still the one that you should choose. But when it comes to low-end but display tablet, you want like decent functioning and do not need touchscreen and stuff, go for XP Pen. Do the program come? Oh, do the program come with the tablet? Yes, it does. XP Pen do have, like every tablet right now have more or less like some program that is for helping like this and that and stuff. But if you're going to say like drawing software for the computers thing, I got mine. They don't provide those kind of stuff, but they do. They do provide like software like this type of thing. When you ask software, are you talking about this or you're talking about the drawing software currently I'm using? If it's this, you kind of like can see like a lot of like stuff like working on there. You can change like, depends on what kind of like, you know, what kind of pen pressures you want. You can go for tilt. Yes, one of the like the most like back then when I select Huion doesn't really have like the tilt function back then. I think they have it now, like the newer version of like the 15-inch. Back then when I tried to find like the XP Pen Pro are the only one that have the tilt functions. And to be honest, the tilt function doesn't really do jack shit. Really depends on how much you really like min-max your digital art. If you don't really min-max the digital art that much, the tilt function doesn't do jack shit. So you can just like the pressure stuff is actually quite good. The mount, the window ink stuff, data stuff depends if you're using Linux or like using Windows. Really depends. That's like one many reasons that I'm still stuck with Windows Slop 11 while I very hate like Microsoft. Okay, it's because the window ink thing there's still lots of software, drawing software. It's kind of like depends on that, so it becomes like much more difficult to kind of like not using that. That is a way to do it, obviously, but I'm not like tech savvy enough to have to like, go through that. Like, but if you want Intuos, it's still kind of fine. But Intuos is like the like touchpad thingy, but it's kind of like a very big screenless pad. You just draw, but your eyes is like looking at the screen while you're drawing like on here, something like that. But you just don't look at the tab, you just watch your mouse kind of move. It does still like the expensive or decent like cash one, like I said again, Cintiq Intuos is pretty nice. You bought that and then use that to kind of look at it and then draw on it. Like, it still works, and there are a lot more people prefer that than like looking at a screen and drawing for some reasons. For me, I can't, because I kind of like dropped into a trap when I kind of like bought this Intuos. I was like a little bit low on budget around that time, so I bought like a very tiny ass Intuos, and then my screen is like 27-inch. It became a problem because like the tiny Intuos is, you go and grab it. Because again, tiny Intuos is tiny. You can see like the drawable range in here. So imagine you have like a very big screen, just tiny movement. All you need to do is just tiny movement to the left, and then it will do a big stroke to the left. So it become like a very bad issues for that particular things that happens is because like you will at the end get used to tiny movement. If you are going to like put your entire life into digital drawing, then it's fine. But the moment you try to grab a pen and papers, you try to draw again, you will realize that you have tiny movement when you do, and even like in real life drawing now. It's because you're so used to like the tiny movement to draw like a lot of drawing. Your hand muscle is going to like, all those kind of like, muscle you train yourself with is going to like, you have to reconfigure yourself. You have to draw lots of time to kind of like go back to that side of the brain again. So it's like, depends on people. Some people can like adapt really quickly. Some people can't. I can't. Took me ages to do that. Well, when you are poor, you kind of like will do like a lot of things because you essentially just like hold this thing, but your eyes is like looking at the screen and then draw. So when times like when you got used to it, you would just kind of like got used to it because you are not looking at the screen. If you're looking at this like tiny, if this thing actually have a screen, you just kind of like you have to keep doing that shit to kind of like take a look at the drawing. It's not going to be fine. Like I'm not using iPad to draw for reasons, okay? iPad is a lots of people actually use iPad to draw, like using Procreate and lots of like different like actually very good software inside Apple. Actually, that's like a window version of Procreate now. It's a different name. I forgot like what the name called again. If you really like love Procreate, then you can try to find that one. It's in like Apple version of it is paid, but strangely, because I think it's because like it's still like working as a beta on the Windows versions, so it's free actually. If you really want to Procreate like almost identical like software, and then they behave like Procreate, you can try that, and it's free. I forgot the name. I'm more or less like a complete I'm going to just admit I'm a complete like Clip Studio simp. So yeah, I'm just going to use Clip Studio for my entire life. Even like when it comes to like graphic design or this and that stuff, you can look at everything like asset. Even my Vtuber model, I kind of like make it using like Clip Studio. Everything I made is using Clip Studio. I never like deviated. Even animations and lots of stuff that you guys can only see. My comic, my animations, my even like puppet animations. Yes, I can make puppet animation using Clip Studio. There is a way to do it. It's for some people it's completely like difficult, like super difficult to make it happen. For me, it's like the easiest shit in the world. But yeah, hi there, Tammy. So let me put this thing back first. Actually, I've been thinking about this a lot. I might actually have like, because there are times when I try to like teach people drawing, I always want to like show my shoulders. That this is why I kind of like have the camera here when I actually like teaching people. I would sort of like aim more toward my shoulders. I want to show people that when you actually like do drawing, when I'm teaching them, it's like I can like show them like moving your entire shoulder is like very important when you do a lot of drawing. Especially like bigger the canvas you have, like more movement range from your shoulder is like even better. And I also figure out like maybe I should have like, you know, like those kind of top-down camera that look at the drawing screen, and then I can draw it, and then you guys can see like how my hand moved. Would be nice. Actually, I got like a complete like side of the camera like this one here, but it just a little bit more easier to kind of like. Let's hope this thing works. Oh no. It's working like a good ass angle. I'm gonna find a way to make it work though. Either way, like you need a lot of camera to like have this thing works. Maybe next time I do it, or like I just do a little bit of scuff stream about all this making this thing happen. Do I need to charge this? Oh no. Like, at least I need to connect this thing. Hold on a little bit. Yeah, and you need like a shit tons of old phone. I got this A20 Samsung. Like it's like old ass phone, so like always happen. I don't know why this thing like do this thing. Is it because like the extension I use is a little bit on the other side? It's like running out of juice. Oh, sorry that I was like a little bit. I didn't ignore you. I was like talking a lot of things. Like I need this thing. Okay, sometimes like it's blocking. I click something else like it's blocking. I can't see it. I don't have that many screen. I only got 3 screen. One drawing tab. One kind of like look at the like monitoring the stream. Others like have a bunch of crap over there. You're the second person I ever seen to draw cannot even. I seen to draw cannot even draw a stick figure. How you guys make everything? Oh, just I can tell you one thing is come out from pure desperation. If I got money, I would actually hire people to do drawing. I'm actually shit at drawing. In many cases, I'm actually quite shit at drawing. Can you like show you like one of my latest like art commission stuff? If anyone really want to like commission me like do some art stuff, like I can show you like my latest work, which I'm kind of still very proud of it. Obviously, I drew it, even though like I did spend quite a lot of effort on it. But I can definitely tell lots of people, if your first time looking at my art style is a little bit on the awkward side because I use like very thick kind of like inking line. But also same times it's like a little bit unique to me. Well, technically the Vtuber model you're looking at right now is a model that I draw and also I rig it myself. And I want to make a 3.0 model, but this model I made is like 3 years ago. So the technique I used like on making this model is really old. I need to refresh my knowledge a little bit when I need to make a 3.0 model. This is a 2.0 model. Technically you can say like 2.1. I changed the fashion a little bit. I can show you guys like the older fashions. But before that, let me turn on like my other camera first. Okay. Need to let this guy do something first. Else it just keep on like connecting, reconnecting for some reasons. System. Oops. Did it got disconnected again? Clean the screen a little bit. Okay, actually pretty clean now. All I need to do is to adjust screen. Yeah, there's a bunch of crap on my paper at the moment. Okay. I can't calibrate the zoom in this. It's a very delicate balance. Yeah, I'm just like doing some very like scuff things. Hold on a little bit, I'm going to surprise you guys. I'm really afraid of this thing to just drop on my gosh dang paste. Okay, boom. Like, I guess like most of you is just going to be my fucking forehead. Go up a little bit. where should I put this thing? Like, you guys only can see it in like the, yeah, like the, you know, like the horizontal side of the screen. Like, I don't know where I can put it on the like the vertical side of the screen. It's really cramped in there. But yeah, sorry that I was like focused on the thing. I will answer all your questions now. Okay, it was one time my first draw. I think it was good because I made a whole comic. Yeah, speaking about comic, I also made comic too. Let me try to like show it off. Image slideshows comic. Yay. Like back in the days, I made like a lot of comic. Like this is like the first chapter, like of the like the short thingy. And then afterward, I found out I kind of like have a little bit way too many page, so I sort of like have to like switch it up a little bit to make it like kind of like more comic book like, and then add some colors into it. Anyone on the vertical side, you can't see it because like I'm not showing it out there. Because even I show it, you guys can't really see it. It's just tiny. This is horizontal privilege. Sorry, I missed my phone turn off. Like, what was you doing? Well, like this, I'm just like showing off my artwork at the moment. You can already see like the uniqueness. I kind of like, I won't really say uniqueness. It's more like, you know, I have like some special like art style when it comes to this. You can see like the thickness of the line and everything. It's really comic-like sometimes. But also like I put it like in manga kind of like style. It's a little bit blend of both. Then just make another one is going to like fix more stuff. It's going to be better. If it had problem, definitely had problem. Then you're just going to fix the problem. It's very simple. Like I literally start my drawing journey with drawing Stickman comic. There's nothing that can be more ugly than that. And it's not even nicely drawn Stickman. I have this really bad habit of draw like a really fucking ugly Stickman. I say again, art is some things that everyone can draw, but also at the same time, not everyone can do it. Because the less talented you are, like innately, like you don't really have that many skill in your arsenal, it's not going to say that, oh, you're fucking, like, you're just fucked. I am 31 years old. This is my skill level. Anyone who spend a fraction of the time they learn how to do like animations or like learn how to do drawing and everything, they are going to do a way better job than me. I learned ever since I was 5 how to draw. I am a terrible artist, through and through. From 5 even till now, this is my level. Then it's like at the end, I'm gonna say like this is my my learning speed on art is terrible. I managed to reach to this level with my whole fucking life. But at the end, you kind of can see, I did try. Long as you try hard enough, you can draw something like this. At least aim for something that you really want, you really obsessed with, or like, don't even say you're obsessed with, okay? You have like a skill. This is like everyone can have it. Why I talk about like you kind of like have to draw, have a little bit of like obsessions to draw what you kind of like a little bit of like obsessions to draw. Hold on a little bit. like you need like a little bit of the obsessions to draw what you like, is because there is a very important art skill that everyone have it. No matter how terrible you are drawing, is what we call drawing on impressions. But before drawing on impressions, you really need to learn how to use your gosh dang shoulders to draw. And another thing is about like after you using like your shoulders, like learn how to use your shoulder to draw and everything. And you need to learn how to do shape, this and that, yeah, that stuff. But generally, ultimately, the reason you want to learn a lot of things, like the basic of the basic, is because you have to like ultimate one singular goal of doing this is learn how to draw based on impressions. Is a exercise I will always repeatedly multiple times teach people, that you have to learn how to draw based on your impressions. Depends on what you really like or what you have a lot of knowledge about. Because our brain can't really think 3D that well. You can start with 2D first and then slowly like one side of perspective, or like this and that other stuff. But the more you understand that object you're drawing, the more you're capable to like draw a very good drawing. Imagine you draw a window, okay? You'd be like, oh, window, I'm starting with a square first. Okay, you got a square windows. And then you'd be like, what? You kind of think of it like a very like cartoonish window, okay? Just like one square here, one square here, one square here. Long as you keep a certain level of consistency, it looks like a window. But you think further, you try to think further, okay? What a window have? Window can be open. There's two ways of window that can be open, okay? It's either those kind of slide up window or like open out window, okay? You think about, oh, this one much more suitable for those kind of open out windows, so I'm going to add a line in the centers. And then it need handle to open the thing, okay? So I add a handle here. Ta-da! Now it looks more and more convincing like a window. And then what are you going to do? Add a hinge. You're going to open. Because you've seen a window in your life, you kind of like more or less have the impression of what a window looks like. The more impression you add into it, the more accuracy of a window is going to become. And the more like things that you felt wrong will slowly dissipate. And then you'll be like, okay, I remember like my window is not like, the hinge is not like straight up attached to a gosh dang wall. They have a frame, like a metal frame. Okay, so going to add an additional frame out there. Okay, and then what's missing from like a window now? A curtain. So you can add a curtain into it. How are you going to add a curtain into it? You try to look at your window now, and then it have like those curtains, and then like there's like the stick like on top of it hanging all your curtain, and then there are something like attached onto the wall to hold that stick. So you draw that thing that attached to the wall. You don't even have to draw like a very detailed one. I say again, like you can't be shit at drawing, okay? You are allowed to be shit at drawing. But the main thing you have to do is at least give the effort. If you never put effort into it, then your drawing will be ugly. Actually be ugly. If you put the actual effort into it, extra effort into it, more effort than you think you can, just squeeze everything in your imaginations. Put this thing here. If you want it to look more detailed, you just add more detail. Like, what is your impression of like those things that hang the sticks on top? Okay? You want to put like some decoration on it, you can put some decoration on it. You want to like draw like just a random like straight stick like that, then draw some random straight stick like that. See? Now you got like the thing that hold your curtain. And you're going to like add those ring of the curtains, and then you just draw it. You add a ribbons on it. You don't really know exactly how a ribbon look like. You just draw a butterfly. Then you've seen it in the internet. You've seen how people like talk about it, how to draw it. You just draw a very cheap version of the butterfly here, and then just voila, you got a curtain. And then this one, like you'll be like, okay, I'm too lazy to draw like two like tied up curtain. I need a little bit of variation. Then just draw like one that without, you know, without tying up. Done. And then you'll be like, okay, we have a window here. What we can do in the window? Add more scenery outside. There's definitely no like white blinding light outside there. So you just add a tree in there. You just add some bush, like actually the tree leaf in there, and then you add like a few branch in there. Okay, add a few branch in there, and then like watch a branch like, and then add a tree outside, and then you add like, you know, like a land outside there. You can add some mountain in there. Now you got scenery outside. And then you'll be like, okay, every single time you watch like in any movie, like the branch usually have like a swing attached to it. You can add like a tire in there. Yeah, a tire swing. Okay, now you got like a swing out there. And then like, what's more that you need to add? Like maybe you can add a neighbor in the local neighborhood. Okay. And then he got like the fancy window, okay, the slide up window. So you see like there's like up down and then there's a line in the middle. Then yeah, done. And then be like, okay, maybe like at a distance there's actually a city instead of like, you know, instead of like just the mountain. So you just add a bunch of like small cube around there, and more you draw, the more convincing it's going to look. Okay. Maybe like you don't want just like square tower, you maybe just like just some pointy towers. Okay. Maybe some slanted towers. Really depends on like your personal taste, okay? That one. So yeah, the more you draw, you realize that you actually just based on impressions, you slowly build up a drawing. While it still look terrible, maybe your art skill is not that great, but at least you nail lots of stuff that people look at it, it will still be much more better than a art without intentions. You just randomly drop stuff out of nowhere, it's just chaotic. But now you just keep on make things make sense. Yes, this is the easiest way to say. This is like make things make sense, and then you can add a table. Okay, this is going to be a work table. Okay, you can use eraser to erase some of the things, the other stuff, depends on you. You can choose not to erase it, but I think I'm going to erase most of the thing here. Okay, so I add a table in here, and then table have legs. So you're going to add the legs of table here, shadow the inside. Okay, then you know like it's like facing outward. What can you put on a table? Okay, you can put your laptop over there. You can put your pencil case. Okay, add a ruler in there. You add a pen in there, and the cap there. Add like a paintbrush there for no reasons. Like just do anything you want. Like draw anything you like in there, and then you'll be like, oh, I need to add a cactus. Because I'm shit at like taking care of plants, so I just have like a cactus here out for no reasons, okay? Okay, now you got a cactus, you got a this and that other stuff. What are you gonna do? Like add a book in there. And like have like your personal diary or your scratchbook. If it's a scratchbook, you add like just ring in there. No. A bit of this, and then draw something on it. And then add pencil into it. And then you'll be like having a lot of stuff in there. And then you can try to draw a bag underneath. Like maybe like you like your bag have like some symbol in here, all this kind of stuff. Add a handle. Okay, add like those kind of like straps in the bag. Just toss in here, and then your most favorite water bottle is here. Maybe you can add like a chat here. Okay. Again, like, see? Am I terrible at drawing? Did I draw really sloppy? Answer is yes, but does it look decent? Also yes, because first thing you need to train yourself when it comes to drawing is to draw based on impressions. If you don't know how to make one thing lead to another's, you're just going to slap random shit just because. This is why draw something that you're really familiar with, and then slowly one thing leads to another, That put your dedication into it. That put your effort into it. People can see effort. Okay? If you add like stuff in there, and if you randomly slap shit in there, people can see it. Same with like writing stories, same with like drawing, same with like lots of things you do it creatively. If you just put like a very lazy effort, even though you did put effort, but most of the effort you do is basically without directions and just slap on it. Even you can draw like the most amazing thing in the world, you just randomly slap one into it, people can see like there's no fun that you put in there. Like, especially when you draw background, you draw like every single image, there's a story to tell in the image. If you didn't make the image itself to be able to tell a story without writing like a bunch of dialogue into it. First thing first, especially when it comes to comic, you try to make a few chapters of the story as a practice of never write a dialogue into it. You have to draw either in the scene and also the character, their facial expressions, their movement to show the story. If people can just watch the movement, how you draw, how you guide the things, and they still fully understand the drawing, the entire story, without a single dialogue added into it, you're good. You master the craft. The main thing when it comes to visual things, okay, comic is a visual things, okay? Nobody come here to read a comic for complex story, for a bunch of dialogues into it, like 90% word, like 10% drawing, or like just a bunch of like random drawing without any good direction to go on. They are come here for easy visual understanding. They want a visual story, okay? They want things to be very simple. They look at it, they can spend their time, investigate every single tiny piece of thing that you draw. Everything, every detail have a story. Imagine something in the background. If they look closely, there's some Easter egg there, or there's some like funny shit happening behind the scene. Actually, normal people can't really see it, but if you actually like look closely, you can see it. Yeah, every scene, every movement, every facial expression, it tells you exactly what the person like first glance have. Once you manage to I won't really say expertly like master that, not everyone can do it. Like even I can't do it that properly. But that is more or less the guideline you really need to like target. This is why you need to like spend some time to watch like the olden version of Tom and Jerry a little bit, because Tom and Jerry is like a cartoon that made for deaf people. I'm not even kidding. They are made for deaf people to watch. And then same with like Mr. Beast. Okay, they are kind of like trying to make like those kind of like dialogueless like visual stuff. Lots of things that don't really talk, and they want to portray a very like visual acting into the art itself, so they can just understand by looking at it. This is the very important part when it comes to like making comic, making animations, making lots of things. The best practice if you want to do storytelling. First thing about storytelling, visual one, okay? Not the written one. If you want to make like a visual storytelling, make one without dialogue. Make one without a shred of words. People look at it, they understand what the entire scene is about, you're good. I really have no idea where I can like put this camera thingy there. I have an idea to put this thing here, but I kind of like, and I didn't really have like a lot of space to put shit. Me kind of like put it right behind. Camera and VTubers, and then the title. I'm going to move the title again. The title like need to like put somewhere people can't really like, see that one. Let's make it tiny. And also I need to add like the camera thingy. Cam, yeah. Yeah, I guess this way is that kind of nice to show too many things. Oh yeah, I totally forgot to take my medications. Not all of it. My brain is like slowly fog up, which is not a very good choice. Do not chase down medications with like something sweet or like something like tea or something like that, okay? You need to like drink some water. And this bottle is like closing to like its demise. Freaking big jug of water. Yeah, yesterday I did like an exercise stream, and I kind of like drank all the water. So I need to like refill it this way. And people might think that if you did have like this big ass jug of water, why don't you just drink straight up from it? You try to drink it. It's freaking heavy. Okay. Again, drawing with intention and skill is a different thing. Oh wait, I need to take my medications. Hold on. I can't really give any like advice beyond that. Especially like it's not like a very dedicated like advice. It's more like I just talking about art in general. You have a specific problem and you can't solve it. No amount of like very general advice is going to help you. I tried to zoom in the scene, but for some reason I can't. I don't even know why. Let me try to take a look in here. Configure video. Can I? Oh, I can't. Yep, I have no idea. And anyone who managed to drop by into the stream, hello there everyone, my name is Kirivaku and I'm your host and your boy with the voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. Should actually like find a way to zoom in this thing. Just do this. Did I zoom in the scene? I zoom it in and then zoom back out again. Like, holy shit, like what? What the fuck? Anyway, I don't care anymore, just couldn't show my drone thingy, you know? Because I'm internally disabled. It's a weird ass medical conditions that I can't even like properly like explain. It's going to like spend like whole 2 hours to explain it. It's a very like complicated things. It's so complicated the fact that the doctors I visit, I visit to multiple different hospital, and then even the doctors is like kind of like a little bit puzzled and also like fascinated by my conditions, that they actually send the entire stack of report to America. I'm a Malaysian, by the way. So they send it to like, America for them to like observe and see like what the fuck is wrong with me. More or less, it's going to say like a stack of misfortunate tiny issues stack up with each other's so much to a point that it become one thing, one big issues. But the problem is they can't fix it. Imagine like if you have chronic pain, you will understand chronic pain is. It's like maybe like you have like 24/7 like headache, eating other stuff, like those kind of things. And for me, I have 24/7 vertigo and dizziness, disorientation, a lot of things. Like coordination was like running wild and everything. This is why like my hand-eye coordination actually is not that great. Now come with the very funny things. So imagine like a person have a migraine, also same time they have like back pain, and also same time they have leg pain, they have like shoulder pain, they have pain everywhere. But everything is like individual like tiny stuff. Like every individual like things like have like you have like tiny issues on every individual part of your body. Okay, there is like so much issues that they can't even like pinpoint what is actually the most painful part in your body is. For me, it's like I have a lot of different tiny inconvenience conditions that induce me like dizziness. Okay, my heart like have like irregular pulse. Like my heart got like weird ass like you know like irregular pulse, and then like my blood vessel is kind of like tangled up with my ear nervous systems, and I have like slight Meniere's disease, like slight sign of Meniere's disease. And right now my eyes actually seeing things in double visions. So I have a lot of things like that is just like one of the things that induced like the most disorientation to me. But I still have multiple different tiny conditions that kind of induce me like dizziness and like, you know, a lot of things, either physically, mentally, and then everything. Imagine you just keep having dizziness like every single day of your life. Your mental is going to have a little bit like, you know, So it's a lot of effect on you. And yeah, that's the thing. This medication I just took barely helps, but it helps. Tiny bit. At least it shut down one of the many things I have. So I would be less dizzy. But I'm still dizzy. And I don't look like one because, like, having chronic pain and chronic dizziness is a very different thing. Okay? If you have a back pain, you can't bend down. Okay? You try to bend down, you'll be like, my back. Like, visibly, you cannot bend. And then once you did it, you will show, like, visible faces. Like, you are in pain. But for dizziness, that's the kicker. You can do everything. But 90% or like 70% of your brain capacity or your entire body functions is trying to maintain yourself not to fall on your ass. Or just trying to keep yourself like steady, focused enough while you being dizzy, okay? It's like trying to like, you play the game, like you spin like 50 round, 30 round, and then like you're starting to try to walk straight. Yeah, it's you are trying your best to keep yourself straight. You keep yourself focused. Keep your every movement functioning. Okay? Like you spend like a lot of effort and focus just for that. So when you actually want to behave like a normal human, you're only working at a 10% capacities. Because the rest of the capacity is just you trying to maintain your own brain functions. And try to take control of your body, because your body actually legitly went out of control. It actually behaves so foreign. Imagine you try to move your hand, like it's like your hand is like struggling to move, because like we have a lot of like natural reflexes to adjust our balance. So if our balance is screwed, it's really hard to move a hand and keep it steady, because it would just keep moving, because it have like this like false sense of like imbalance. Like imagine like you have the meters that tell that, oh, you tilt to the left or you tilt to the right, but mine is like continuously like this. So my body is like continuously like dancing with the, dancing with the balance, and it's very fucking disorientating. It's really hard for you to think most of the time. I look fine now is because A, medication, thank God. B, I got used to it. No matter what kind of like bad condition you have, you will eventually get used to it. But the problem is when you get used to it, doesn't mean you still can be functioning 100% capacity. Like you might be optimized like a lot of things, you're starting to be able to do normal things, or some like slightly more like difficult tasks, like for me drawing, a lot of things. But there's still a lot of things my brain just like just go into this ear and then come out this ears. Like I can't process information that well, and I can't think that well sometimes. I'm only repeat a lot of stuff again and again and again and again, so I kind of like being expert of repeating the same shit. This is why anyone who watch me a lot, they've noticed like one thing, I repeat a lot of same stuff again and again. Like this kind of like teaching you guys how to do drawing. If anyone watched me before, this is my 50th time like teaching people how to do drawing. Because I keep repeating talking about this, it kind of reinforces in my brain, so I don't really need to think about it. There's a lot of things when I'm not streaming, I'm actually looking at the fucking mirrors and then keep repeating the same thing. So next time when I do streaming, I don't have to use my fucking brain, just like, hey, someone asked this, immediately trigger scenario A. Okay, someone did this, scenario B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. I fixated I pre-program a lot of things in my brain, so I don't really have to think. But if you really force like in the conditions that I actually have to think, I will get really pissed off. Not even kidding. Like sometimes, again, if anyone watch me a lot, like Good King's here, not sure he's like still here or not, but either way, they can see, they also like, they're not fucking blind, I trust them. I have random wild mood swing. It's because my plan have a backup plan, and then I have a backup plan. But if all those plans got interrupted, I have to on the spot think of a new stuff to do. I get really pissed off. So some random like stuff like keep happening consistently, and I can't solve the issues, and I keep encountering that issues, I will get like significantly pissed off. My brain have to pre-plan so many things to keep myself functioning. In some sense, even the doctor like say like my conditions is like so hilariously funny that he have like a very good phrase for it. It's like, I am not like what he tell me is like, I am not bad enough to be a disabled, but also in the same time, because like everything is like tight. If you count like everything's individually, it doesn't really count as a disabled. It's just when they combine, I have a lot of disability symptom. So you spread. So when it comes to like you want to register as a disabled person, it's really black and white. So like all this thing doesn't really register as a disabled if they're like happening in like individually. Like anyone say like I'm fucking dizzy that can become a disabled, then everyone should be disabled at that point. So again, like mine is like stuck in a very like difficult situations, and that's that. And then another things to like know about it is, so at the end I'm just in the state of I'm not good enough. I'm not bad enough to be disabled, but also I'm not good enough to be an able person. So it's a very complicated like things that happen in that. I can't really get a job that well. Again, like I need a lot of like scenario A, B, C, D, E, F, G kind of build up. But the problem is like job is some things that you kind of like have to be like able to adapt on the fly, especially when it comes to a lot of like condition like that need you to do that. Okay. If you can't be adaptable, like you're just going to be like another like dishwashing guy, okay? And a dishwasher is kind of like slowly replacing your job. AI motherfuckers. So technically I'm unemployed for that particular reasons. It's like I try my best, making model, drawing art, doing illustrations, a lot of things. Also streamings, see I can become a beggar so that I can like beg some money from you guys. Just generally like that. That's just how I function nowadays. You might think that, oh, this guy have multiple monitors, like he got like 2 phones. And the Vtubers is very expensive. I do everything myself, okay? Like all these things is me scavenging like all the parts. Like monitor should be like everything's the same, so it doesn't really like burden your gosh dang like monitor, gosh dang like graphics card. Mine is like everything is different because it's just cobbled up trash from everyone. I literally have to scour trash from every single different type of family to kind of like cobble up most of my things together, except my computers. Back in the days, I was a photographer before I kind of like have like my issue become like more and more severe. I used to be a photographer, so I got some money, so I built my computers. And that's that. And I haven't upgraded ever since, to be honest. Like my computer right now is still running 2080 back then. It's not 2080 supers, so the GRAM is like sucks. It's still a 2080, so it's still very good. I can use it maybe for like 2-3 more years. Beyond that, I don't know what happens. To be honest, I might have to run all the game at low qualities and everything. You know, it's actually a funny thing that doctor did mentions that my conditions is eerily similar to a person who have ADHD. But it's not actual ADHD. It's like kind of like self-defense ADHD, something like you developed physically instead of saying like you like, you know, when it comes to a lot of ADHD stuff is because like your brain chemical shit happening to kind of make you that way. But for me, I'm kind of like physically trying to fix my issues, like constantly have to adjust my balance and everything, even like thinking and like normal day life stuff. I behave like an ADHD person because I have to like keep on toe on every single movement I have. Imagine like everything I do so far, my hand moving, jazz hand and everything. I dance, I move, like everything is actually completely fully manual. Well, obviously some of the automated stuff is still there, but generally most of my movement is manual movement. Then you might have to get your ear checked then. Who knows? You might have the same issues I have. Like if you ever have the chance to get an MRI scan, okay? Try to scan for Meniere's disease. Sometimes you might think it's ADHD, but at the end it's actually Meniere's disease. Meniere's disease is actually the thing that make people thought they have like ADHD. In reality, it's just Meniere's disease make them like very disorientated. I'm not even kidding. You will be sensitive to sound, and then you can't think that well because like you are very disorientated. You can hear like huge, very loud ringing. Sometimes it depends on people. Every single conditions that I just listed there, person with Meniere's disease have different level of it. All those three things. It kind of like have three things that involve that happens to you. First cause, your eating habit. You eat a lot of salty stuff and then you drink a lot of waters. And basically inside your ears, the balloon like have water in it, have like too much water, so like kind of cause you that way. And B, scenario B is there's something wrong with the organ that regulate the fluid inside our ears. So it become over bloated or like under bloated. So you have like a lot of like disorientations, everything's like kind of like moving, spinning together, and also like really loud ringing. Depends on people, like have like different like, condition on this like, three thing, okay? And then like very dizzy, all those kind of things. And then the third scenario is some accident happened, actually hurt your ears. So your thing got damaged instead of like naturally like wear down. Usually old people have it, is because like everyone, eventually the organ will slowly getting weaker and weaker. So most old people have Meniere's disease too. I say like there's lots of things. You can have ADHD and that in the same time. That is going to be worse actually. It's better to not just like think that thing is the only culprit. Sometimes if your ADHD situation is worse than other people, or you got into a lot of situation, there are chances there are more stuff happening to you than just ADHD. This is always say like precautious is everything. Like ADHD can be happening, but also same time, there is also like a very minute chance like ADHD and lots of things happen at the same time. For me, I have like multiple things happening and then they kind of stack together, become like one worse thing. Everyone can have that kind of issues. You know? It's like you can have like migraine, but also same time like neck pain and like eye pain. And then like your facial muscle have like some twitch, so make it always like moving. And then you also have pain on that one too. And then you thought you just have migraine. Actually, you have like different kind of pain like everywhere. You just didn't know. Because your migraine kind of like, you just think like your entire head is hurt. It's because of this migraine. Not just migraine can like give you a lot of pain. So, time to time, like health checkup is kind of needed too, you know? It's like maybe like you have to detect like this is like the difficult thing about like medical stuff is because like it's really hard for you to know what else of like issues you have, because maybe like some of the issues is like mixed together, so it's really hard to pinpoint what's wrong with you. My doctor gave up on me is because I have so many other tiny minute issues. It's really hard to pinpoint what caused the most damage. Obviously, when you say you have a confirmed ADHD, definitely the ADHD is like confirmed the biggest culprit, but doesn't mean that you might not have something else to make it worse. Health checkup is always a very needed thing. If you have the chance to go and see a doctor about that, maybe you can try to ask like some expert, like do maybe like there's something like some of like the other issues you have, maybe it's like your ears have some things, or your blood, give yourself a blood checkup. Do you have like lack of nutrient and stuff, or like your, I say again, like ear have issues? For me, I have one thing, it's called like AICA vestibular loop. It's very close to you know, it's very close to like a thing, it's called Meniere's disease. So people got confused of my conditions with Meniere's disease. I'm not exactly have it. I kind of like have minor Meniere's disease, but not enough to kind of like do a lot of damage. But I have AICA vestibular loop. It's kind of like amplify my dizziness. Anything that I have right now, it kind of like it's like a modifier to make it like worse. But when things is like sound related, you should also get your ear checked up a little bit more. Having like, if the checkup is, I would say like free, or like you already have the insurance to cover that shit, just go for it. Just try it out. If you can afford to go and have an ear checkup, I would suggest to have that too. And I do have panic attack when I have like my vertical thing, like the spinning thing, like get too strong. I would have panic attack too. Like really hard to breathe and everything, all those kind of shit happens. So I always carry like a oxynasal in my bag. So if ever I have like that, like very dizzy and have panic attack, at least I can open up my nasal path, and then I can like at least like intake as much air as I can. Doki's model? No. What? Does this look like Doki? Like, lots of characters have this like air vent thing, you know? It's like easy way for us to kind of cheat a lot of things when it comes to like female model. I'm still doing like a lot of design. I still have another model I have to make. This is I basically make model for my friends and stuff, so I can do a lot more other stuff. I'm still doing a lot of design and stuff. I'm just winging it at the moment. I really don't have like too much directions. I just make a lot of stuff happens. Also, when you say Doki's model, like depends on which Doki. Do you say Doki Bird or Chibi Doki? There's two Doki exist. Like famous one, at least. And when it comes to Chibi Doki, like that time she did have like a competitions, okay, on drawing her a model. Okay, I did participate it. Where is it? I can't find it now. Let me go and try to find it. Might take some time. Ah, found it. I made like 3 models for her. This is one of it. Oops. And I have a fan comic. I'm still working on it because like doing that takes time, so I need like some funding for me to actually complete it. So I generally do a lot of like comic draft, and then I will complete it like after I get the payment, you know? Much more easier, like community funded like comic. Okay, that's one thing. This is a Doki Bird one. Basically 1-page comic for lots of things. Hey, comic is expensive, you know. You have to draft it, you have to color it, you have to like strengthen the line, and do lots of other shits to kind of make it kind of like work. And I still have one more. This one I made like I draw as much people as possible one. Ice cream in cold climate regions. After 16 hours, still frozen. In Japan, you can literally use it to hammer stuff. But in hot climate regions, in the hot seasons, I want to spell it hot seasons. Australia, everything melts. And then any equator regions, technically for me, like any season in Malaysia. Malaysia is just like super fucking hot every day. Yeah, the ice cream doesn't even survive the trip outdoor. I can attest to that. Like, motherfucker, like I learned that my friend in overseas, like he can just eat the ice cream and then put it in there and then come back and then continue eating the ice cream after an hour. I was like, holy shit, you can do that? For me in Malaysia, I order like the McDonald's McFlurry, like McFlurry Oreo ice cream. I have to gulp it down because like after like maybe 10 minutes, this thing is going to turn to soup. I really want to make a lot more like 1-page comic, to be honest, but it's not like my 1-page comic is like have people want to like sponsor it. Like I say again, I draw like draft and then put it out there and then like see who want to sponsor it, those kind of stuff. And my comic generally is come for like those kind of like slapstick humor comic. So it really depends, like it's quite specific on different depends on the VTuber I'm drawing. Right now, I'm just like taking my chance to take a break, to be honest. Because after drawing a little bit, I'm actually really disoriented and like dizzy. That's why I just keep talking. But yeah, I should eat my dinner. It's kind of like already like 7 p.m. Holy shit, I normally eat at 5. Be back soon. Be back soon. Also, again, like if you guys don't know, I do animations too. Alright, I'm back. What's for dinner? Well, I'm Chinese person, obviously, like those kind of like lots of like different type of like things. And I just have rice and a bunch of things together. And then I just mix them together and I eat them. You normally shouldn't do that. I'm just fucking weird. Either way, I think like lots of people are going to left like around my time, just like not there. Now I'm here again. Hello there everyone, my name is Kirivaka and I'm your host and your voice, but the voice is to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay, I need to redesign the carrot posters. Okay. Yep. And my name. Yes, I'm back. Sorry that after I eat, I kind of like lost control of my voice stuff. This is how I normally sound, okay? You know, it's funny things like when it comes to a lot of streaming, a lot of people kind of like lower their voice pitch on purpose to make them sound a little bit more manlier. or sounds more sexy. It depends on like that things. For me, this is how I normally sound. But you can already notice, like this guy that right beside me, the green hair one, look like a teenager. I want to say look like a teenager, look young and anime, obviously. So I have to put a lot of energy when I kind of like speak. I just end up sounds like this after that. But in reality, my voice is like a very lazy, like relaxed voice. It's just generally sound like this. So funny thing about this becomes I heighten my pitch instead of lower my pitch. Now, even though I kind of like start with drawing mechanic when I was young, but I don't really like have any like special desire to draw Gundam. I watch so many different mecha like movie. Yeah, I watch so many mecha movies, so I don't really say that I have any like particular like hyper focus interest on like Gundam. There's so many robot exist, like giant freaking mech. Like,
the internet only.
Like my mech experience is this. Okay, let me try to like play this video. Hold on a little bit. When I was a young kid, okay, this is the anime I watched and then got really like this. Yep, you can see the mech. I'm 30. I'm 31, so I'm fucking old. My kid show is like really old. I guess I should watch this one. The victory one is kind of like for some weird reasons. Is that like a different thing? See? I watched this before I watched Gundam. Like, here's the thing. A lot of people watch like hold on, did I see this episode? Okay. A lot of people watch How to Train Your Dragon, right? Like the first How to Train Your Dragon. Like the flight episode. The first flight like scene was so iconic and so beautiful for a lot of people. I've seen it before. Is it from here? I'm not even kidding. There is the exact thing happening in here. Man, this is the animation from the past. Like, it's doing way better than most animation. But I say again, this scene looks familiar, right? I seen it in anime cartoon versions. From a kid show. Like, I didn't even say, like, it's not like I'm saying, like, How to Train Your Dragon, I copied it. It does eerily similar to a point that, like, the scene I see immediately remind me of this. Most of my mech exposures is like come from that, and also like Mega Man, or technically I call it Rock Man. I'm not sure how you guys are gonna call it. Fun fact, like Japan self-censor, technically not even self-censors. They actually got complained about calling it Rock Man because like back in the days, like when Rock Man is a thing, they, you know, like the Christian thingy, like that thing like rock and roll is kind of like the, you know, the stuff like from devil something something something. So like it's like not really good thing when it comes to rock and roll stuff. Like the character literally called Rock, and then the female heroine is called Roll. Back then, Mega Man. So they have to self-censor themselves when they actually like turn it into like a, you know, ported it to Western side. So they changed the name to Mega Man. Censorship from like Japan media to like Western side of things, like back in the days, is like very fucking heavy. Even now, okay? Even now, Japan still calling it Rock Man. The rest of the world calling it Mega Man. Yeah, I watch Astro Boy. Especially the PlayStation 2 version of Astro Boy game. I really love that game. You can fly around, you can be hero, you can do this, you can do that. Like, yeah, it's fun, but it's really hard to control the flight. There's so many fights that you have to fly around and like punch that stuff. If you're not good at flying, and the control is just going to be really like difficult for lots of people to play it. But man, I love that game. One of the game I play a lot back then on the PS2 time is Astro Boy. It's so fun. Maybe one day I'll download like PCSX2 again and like get Astro Boy and just play that game on stream. Maybe one day. That game is the bomb. Okay, back to drawing. Oh, those kind of games like disappeared a long time ago. I would say like there's too many AAA game. They kind of like just copy and paste each other's to the point you just only got like few games like Call of Duty like game, like either like battle royale style game or like hero shooters or like Tarkov like kind of extraction game. The only decent game right there now out there is basically indie game Or, even better, indie AA game. Technically, Helldiver is an indie AA game, so like it's good for reasons. have a question. I saw zoom in. For some reason it's like, you know, you can see a lot of things stretch it out. It's not. I'm not actually using like any like camera zoom or anything like that. Just like turn off all the perspective, I guess. Yes. More perspective. It's like camera positions. The Y is going to drop a little bit. And that is like the rotations. Okay, center everything again. Okay, fixated this thing on 85. Good. Using this way to kind of like draw the rest of things is actually much more easier. It's so hot today. I need to like crank up my air conditioner. Hold on. Look. I learned the reason why it's so hot today is just, you know, I forgot to turn on the air conditioner. All right. Yeah.
시작될 수 있게 흩어진 눈물에 새롭게 피어나 활짝한 날개로 어디로 날아갈까 멈췄던 숨소리를 여기 하나로 모아 희미해진 내일 위해 꽃이 활짝 피어 알 수 없는 감정 낫지 않는 상처가 말아도 말고 용해지는 날 두성이
Well, welcome back. Yeah, this is what happened when I try to like make a model. It's actually going to take a lot of time, a lot more time than I think. I can just like follow most of the body shape to be honest, but I want her body shape have a little bit much more extra form. Give her a little bit of a booba boost. Sorry, my hand keep knocking on the gosh dang mic. I don't really have like too good of like an optimum placement for this thing. Like, again, if you do normal drawing, it's not really like suggested. It's not really like good suggestions to like zoom in and draw. But mine have a lot of like detail onto it. I need to like do like on a little bit on the pinpoint side. So I end up have to like zoom in, but generally there's a lot of like art, depends on the utility itself. You don't exactly need to zoom. Okay? Obviously, I'm not going to follow everything like one to one. Like I do have my own style to kind of take care of. It's just like in zoom in mode is a little bit much more harder to do it, but I do need to zoom in to kind of do it properly. Okay. It will take skill to I had to get used to. I haven't really like made a lot of model at all aside from my own. So in many sense, I kind of like making like the model like really amateurish right now. I don't draw girls in that much of a detail.
Outside of these closed doors, the wave-worn roars. I felt the wrath of the lament, ashes and tears year after year. This darkened land 相遇，将我孤单不好了，触碰着你，像被月光轻缝合，学会插图上拥抱动作，就在看见你下一秒钟，你的心跳频率似星星闪烁，叫花瓣掉落，像无名诗歌，也许你的发尖拂过我耳朵，像也许你康复了永恒，树荫斑驳中我忽然听懂，那一定是形容你张开了双臂，呼唤我的时刻。为了 daisy crown， 恶魔我愿飞走，让深海般夜空萦绕白昼的微风。庆幸我是不能用怀抱擦干你泪湿痕迹，陪伴你左右。Now I know by sharing our warmth we came closer。什么时候不再心影不离呢？你像冲高速，说我习惯闪躲，仿佛被情绪悄悄穿透，琥珀映出我和往日背不同，身体某个角落，像脱线的纽扣，无数空洞。那些一起的片段是棉絮一样的快乐。Maybe I'm shaped by thousands of memories of you。你那横冲直到的模样，有时发呆会也会偶尔困惑，我的记得都收藏在我的沉默。With a daisy crown， 恶魔我愿飞走，许愿你的夜空吹着那天的微风。我是你的布偶，哪怕变旧，也保留适合与你拥抱的模样。We'll let you know we're sharing our warmth, however far. With a daisy crown， 一定就会重逢，在暖和的美梦，微笑着呼唤我吧。我只是你的布偶，是回应你给我的专有名字，只有你还记得。Now I know we're sharing our warmth, however far.
Yeah, I'm making a VTuber for my friend. If you guys want to know too, like the model you're looking, like the VTuber that you're looking at is kind of like I made it too. I was using like 3D as the base, kind of like made the model, but I need to like readjust it to like according to my own art style. Like you can try to use 3D as much as you want, but it's going to harm you in some sense if you like fully relying on the 3D. So it's best for you to end up like once you've got like the 3D things that are going on there, you know. You can make your own thing. Do a little bit of adjustment in here and there, how the muscle works, how the body kind of like contour. Because at the end, people come to like want, especially when you try to like go for like your own art thing, you're not just like some, you know, like printers. You have to have a little bit of your own stuff like going on there. And how to have that kind of like own stuff going on there really depends on how is your own personal principle when it comes to like doing a lot of like design and stuff. You know? Like you have your own personal rule when it comes to drawing, so you always have to like, if you want to like have your own style, means like you have to understand the basic of art rules so much to a point that you can break the rule without really harming like the art itself. Like still got like general ratio of everything is still working, and you can do like whatever you want with it. It's like trying to play with like, if you play any game with like the character, customize like your character and play with the sliders, you really have to understand the ratio of like how like facial structure work, how like the cheekbone, all those kind of like tiny minute stuff, to be able to like kind of like just play with the slider to a point that it still at the end look good, not like abomination inside like character creations. Some people do it for fun, some people like me, I just like specialize on using my hand to do that slider stuff. You know, for lots of people who can do 3D stuff and a lot of people who can do 2D stuff. For me, when I do all those things, is generally inside my brain. I have the sliders kind of like thing going on there. This is why I keep drawing and erasing, drawing and erasing. I take a look at it, I don't like it. I have the slider on the waist a little bit, move a little bit, and then the hand, arm, like slide and move a little bit, this and that other stuff. Like, if you draw enough, you can visualize this stuff very easily. And then like, especially when you have like a certain rule on like, at least like you have to have like your slider at some certain range on doing something, which cause it to have like a very unique look, which also in many cases basically your art style. You have to have a set rule, set ratio for all the drawing that you kind of do to make it look like your drawing. But those set of rules, like while you have to following it, but also same time you have to kind of like how should I even like mention this, like kept it in a way that is like it doesn't distort the original rule that much. Generally, style itself is like rule breaking. You look at Kimetsu no Yaiba kind of like character design, like it has zero, like if you look at actual like how to draw a human caricatures and then look at Kimetsu no Yaiba, like it has zero similarity because they know how to break the rule, but also in the same time the nose is not like up top your forehead or like do anything like weird. The only weird guy there is just the guy with like the 6th eye until here. You will always look at it, you'll be like, oh, this is fucking weird. It's that for that particular reasons. They draw like that for a particular reason because he's monsters. When you can play with the sliders and then keep the ratio, especially your personal ratios of how things is going to look at the end, you essentially invented a style for yourself. People still can copy it, but they don't exactly can copy 1-to-1 on the ratio that you create. It's like playing, it's like cooking, okay? You have like that ingredient, that special ingredient you have there. People can mimic almost exactly 1-to-1, but at the end, the spice they use is still different. It's just going to mimic similar taste. Some people might manage to nail it, but generally most people can't. It's kind of weird that I don't see anyone like on the horizontal side talk. Not horizontal, vertical side of talk. I need to double check. Did I actually like turn on the stream now? Because like I have like that thing like auto like muted. Oh, it's just that very silent. Nobody's there. Holy shit! The vertical side is only like 5 hours. I've been drawing how long? 7 hour long. All right. I'm a man with convictions, okay? Still a sketch, to be honest. I just want to like have a nice looking sketch when I actually do the actual line art. Oof, my back. Oof. Yeah, I may actually end the stream at around like 10 p.m. in my time. It's like Malaysia's. Right now it's like 9:30ish. At 9:28, close to 30. Whew.
那些惊涛骇浪，只不过是一些小浪花，撼动不了我们的航向。放声高歌吧！
I really have like this like very bad habit of like giving people like really big ass mouths. So into
下，沉寂过后重回的黎明，呼唤天国降临，我为的觉醒。
Alright, we'll spend some time chatting with people now. But before that, I need to go to the toilet. Be back soon? Okay. Still quite lots of things I have to tweak about. And this is why making model can be like very difficult. Shit, my eyes are glitchy now. I have a shitty render skill though. I'm good at designing. It's a little bit braggy, but still, I am good at designing. But when it comes to like, you know, rendering is something that I'm weak at. It's really hilarious. I do quite lots of things on the opposite of like a lot of people. Like again, people actually like drop their voice to sound more sexy. Okay, sound more sexy, sound more like manly, all those kind of things. I kind of do the opposite and then heighten my pitch and like tone and add more energy into it. So there's that, and then when it comes to drawing, okay, so far everyone I know, they always find coloring or rendering stuff much more easier than doing the line art. For me, I'm the opposite. I can't do jack shit on the rendering side. I'm actually good at doing the line art, shit at doing shit at doing the rendering thing. Well, I'm going to follow like her actual character color scheme. Like this is the PNG tuber that she used. Kind of like the design is like a fan art design for her. She looked more like Digimon like characters. When I say not the actual Digimon, I mean like the Digimon user. Like Kai sisters. Kai Chi sister. Yeah. And then this is like when actually her friend bought her a pre-made like model for her to play around with it. Around the time I just sent her like the surprise like model thingy. Like I just like randomly draw a model like for fun and then just send it to her. And then she'd be like, "What a coincidence! I actually just got a model." And I'll be like, "Oh no." So I have to redo like the design a little bit. I have to spend a little bit more time on the designing stuff. You know, I have to put in a lot more effort. That's the thing. So she wanted type A one, the much more oval shape, like longer kind of like eyes. Okay. So that thing, and then like now I just like do like full flesh on this one, like full flesh like body design, how the clothes is going to work. Because I once after I see like I see this particular like a model thingy. Actually, I always want to do this like loose kind of like jacket thingy. Like she already have like a jacket in here, so I think like yeah, I can do like the loose jacket thingy, and then like continue with like a blend of these two together. You can already see like the loose jacket thingy, the pants. Maybe I'll add a few more stuff onto it, on like that one, that part as accessory, and then I'll try to like have a little bit of elements of this. Like you can already see like the innerwear have this like black thing going on there. I actually have this thing on too. You can see like, but I kind of like just have this particular like sections like cut out, like so it should still like show some skin here. And then with that, you can kind of already see like I show like a little bit of like the shoulder skin here to kind of like show like the different things, because like for art stuff, it's better to have like not art stuff like live 2D stuff. It's better to have like a cut off. You kind of like look closely to my model, the arm itself, like it does move when I kind of like move my body, shifting it to like left and right. Okay. So essentially, the arm itself is like behind the model. Okay, it's like behind the model, but the forearm is in front of the model. You kind of like make it like 101 easier to kind of like understand. So, hold on a little bit. So this body is like one side of things, and then there's another one. The arm itself is going to be in here, and then there's another one is going to be in front. This entire arm is going to be in front of like, it's basically like I'm going to draw them in multiple layers. It kind of like overlay on each other, like the arm, the muscle, the a lot of things is like in different layers. So like this particular arm zone will be like behind this body, but this particular arm zone here will be in front of this body. So when they kind of move the body, like the arm is going to be like moving around and then move in and out of the body, so it's going to be like visible in front of the body, the layering and things. And then after I finish layering, and then the grand layering of like the hand, the fingers, I had to draw them like in between part. Like making a model is actually have like a little bit of a skill happening there. It's like, how do you intended to draw it or like intended to cut it in segment, so it's easier for you to do like a lot of like different type of like not drawing, like you know what I'm talking about. They make it easier for us to do like a lot of like different like rigging. Yes, rigging. Make it easier for a lot of things. And then I might actually have to like readjust, like make the hand a much more like I won't say realistic and much more elegant. Like the hand right now is look like very manly. I guess it's because of sketchiness, kind of like make the hand a little bit too rugged. I need the hand to be like smooth and nice, and also like much more thinner. Yeah. after this, I need to copy and paste and draw a hat version of her. Then draw another, like, you know, this and that other stuff. Really depends, really depends. The ears, I kind of like make it a little bit too wide. Should I make it like this? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out in the future. This is why, like, one part of things that when I do the design of like her hair and stuff, I kind of like you kind of notice like the particular part on when I do like the hair design thingy. Hey, where's the hair out here? So when you notice, like, when I do the hair design thingy, like, I keep, like, you take a look at this, like 1 2 3 4, like all those kind of things. The other stuff is basically which is going to be in the front layer, which is going to be the back layers, those kind of things. And then like 1 2 3, like the center one is going to be the most front one, and then like the side of like the centers will be one that behind this one. And then obviously this one will just be in front of all, like in front of like this 4, because it's layering right on top. And then even the back of the hair, you kind of like can notice I do have like a lot of things like working on with the back of the hair too. It's kind of like one big lump over here, and then like 2 more strands out, and then the rest is just like the downside of the hair. I don't need to do too many things on that particular one. But I do need to add more strand to increase the density of the hair too, to be honest. Really depends, really depends. But generally, I kind of like have like this setting, like 3 strand, 3 strand, 3 strand. It's much more easier than like my gosh dang character hair over there. Like that one, you can just count every individual spike is actually their own like drawing. Individual shadows, individual spike, individual like line that covering behind it. So when I make my model, actually is a big, I won't really say big mistake, it's like why it looks unique that way is because like a lot of things, everything is kind of custom made itself together. And I glue quite a lot of things together. But the only bad stuff is I never really have the back of the hair kind of like designed that well. So I end up when my character look into a different direction, you kind of like can like see this. When I look a little bit there, you can kind of like see like the things happening in there. It's just not properly like designedly made for that. The ears, I might have to design it to be a little bit more diamond shaped. I think I need to like edit a little bit on chest region stuff.
I am here because of you, a butterfly with no cocoon.
Like 101 when you draw a breast depends on the bra you are wearing, or you don't wear a bra or do anything, you have a particular shape on the boob side things, okay? Especially when it comes to skin tight suit, you have to like have like a very distinguished like angular shape, or else your character are not wearing anything. Fun fact, girls don't beat the shit out of me because I told people about this. Girls who cosplay wearing skin tight suit, they usually don't wear a bra. They do wear something in between, but not a bra. Because in anime, most of the time, they kind of like draw them like really rounded. So it become an issue that, you know, they have to like keep the shape by just like wearing a cup around it. Not fake boobs, like literally. Sometimes it depends on like how people like treated it. Some people like put a tape on top of it, or like some sort of like bandage around it, or like just depends on how they're going to like deal with the situations. It's just to only hide the nipple. You kind of show it like much more on the smoother side of things, and then like also depends on the material of the latex. It's going to be like really thick or really thin. Usually they wear the thin one. Thick one is a little bit too hot to wear. So they end up, they do have to like just find something just like tape around it instead, or cup around it. Like then there is that kind of like bra exists, okay? And don't worry about the adhesive is going to like fall off afterward, like you sweat a lot, because like it's a skin tight suit. They're kind of like holding up each other. Unless you just run around and then do lots of action stuff, it won't slip away. But if the skin texture is too tight, it will shift around. So yeah, depends on like what you kind of like want to like. I want to give this a little bit much more like PG status. Not gonna make this too sexy. I want to break the norm that like, you know, VTuber have to be fucking sexy to the world, okay? I want them to look anime, look unique. Not hypersexualized. Well, technically anime itself is kind of hypersexualized in the first place, but I mean like in the anime way, instead of like, you know, like how like you guys are usually like witness how most like VTuber nowadays, they actually have less of the anime features and more of like that, like, you know, like VTuber kind of aesthetic like things going on there. I guess I'll do the coloring like next day instead of today, obviously. I already worked long enough on this. Right now, this thing is just a sketch. I know it's crazy I call this just a sketch, but it is just a sketch. Wait, you said something? Oh, I just noticed. Yeah, for some reason I can't hear anything in my TTS anymore. Weird. Maybe the music is a little bit too loud and to lower down my own music. Okay, now I should be able to hear you guys. But yeah, if you're going to ask, like, is it difficult to rig her? Not sure. Again, I need to relearn a lot of like technique that I used to have, and also update a lot of newer like rigging technique. Because a lot of like tech and stuff when it comes to like using like the Live 2D software and everything, and then like the new method of doing a little bit this, a little bit that. I'm no expert on rigging, so I have to learn it from a lot of tutorial and lots of like various different things. I am a 3D animator, so like for rigging stuff was never really that tedious to me, because 3D is even worse. Like 2D is much more easier, but also like much more difficult when you kind of like design for it. The try thing is like 3D modeling, you just model the 3D things, you just sculpt it nicely, done. And also like retopologies, like draw everything, and then you just like rig the bone inside like a 3D model, then done. For this particular one, it's not exactly the rigging part is going to be very difficult, because like most of the thing is actually quite automated, so you can like shortcut, cut corner, lots of things. But when it comes to the building part, it's actually much more harder than 3D model. That's the thing when it comes to like all this kind of things. Like the 3D side of the things is actually difficult when it comes to rigging, but the model making is very easy. Live 2D on the other hand, making the model is difficult, because either you have to go through like this two process. One, ask a art expert to draw illustration of the character that is front facing, and then if that artist also like know how to like make a VTuber model, they will layering it accordingly. If not, they have to do a thing called cutting. Basically, after they finish the entire drawing, they have to do a lot of snipping part, like this and that, this stuff, and then redraw a lot of things. Redraw, repaint a lot of things like afterward. And kind of like make a lot of things like in different parts. So this is why some of the characters look like gosh dang illustrations, and they can like do like all the moving and things, because they do like a lot of like different things. For me, my character looks like a very unique kind of characters, and there's quite a lot of like different VTuber model that do have this kind of like characteristic trait. Is because we are the one who going to do the rigging, so we know like what part we need to like rig. We kind of like pre-plan like how we should draw it at the very beginning, okay? And we don't even need to do the cutting. It's because we know how to rig it. We want to rig it the way we want to rig, so we already draw everything in well prepared layered. So it's not like we are going to spend like one more extra time to kind of like do the cutting, do the recoloring, do the re-rendering, redrawing, all those kind of things. We can literally just draw everything in parts, and then it's still going to be work very nicely. All we have to do on rigging side of things, we have to glue things very well. Once we glue things like very well, it's not going to be like too much of an issues. Well, mainly the part of things is just the gluing, and also like do the retopolizing on the model kind of things, and then you have to make it like the bone structures or like this and that yada stuff, and the simulations on the gravities yada yada things, and then like have things like behave like if I move to the left, the hair also like detect like the movement to the left, and then like depends on how are they going to do like the swing left and right, all those kind of thingy. It's really like it depends, really depends. Basically, you have to like do a lot of like simulations rigging rather than like the actual rigging itself. Rigging itself is actually quite easy. Once you finish most of the thing, it's actually like the eyes, this and that stuff. Most of the things, like I would say, like the most difficult is when you want to make your character look left, right, like left, right, up, down is easy, but you also have to master them on looking here, looking here, looking here, looking here, the angle part. If you mess with the angle part and then you fail miserably at it, holy shit, it's going to be very difficult to make it. A lot of math is involved, actually. Alright, I guess I took enough break. And I also actually have to take an actual break. I've been streaming for how fucking long? Like 8 hours at this point, so yeah. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe, until next time. See you guys tomorrow? Maybe. Depends on if I wake up or not. If I manage to wake up, I'll like stream early. If I can't, like you know what will happen. Okay. Sayonara. Motherfucker.